Chapter 4370, looking at Zhao Fengyun, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Green Lotus Swordswoman. Scarlet Sun's sacred leader sneered. Hee hee, I was still guessing that this Ling Xiao must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. He actually dared to offend Commandment Sacred City and Scarlet Sun Sacred City at the same time. It turns out that he has the three of you as his backers. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't lose your life in the 3,000 Sacred City because of this kid. It's not worth it. If it was before his cultivation breakthrough, he would definitely not dare to speak to the three of them like this. But it was different now. As a divine physique realm martial artist, he was the sky of the 3,000 Sacred City. Even if he went to the Golden City, he would definitely be an expert. His status was higher than the three of them. In the end, in the mystic world, strength was still what mattered. The strong preyed on the weak. If you were strong enough, your status would be high enough. Ancestor Scarlet Flame laughed and said, Scarlet Sun, don't scare me. I'm not someone who can be scared. Today's matter didn't need to be blown up to this extent. You could have handed your son to Commandment Sacred City to be dealt with impartially and crippled his cultivation. You even colluded with Commandment Sacred City to protect your precious son. Now that things have blown up, are you angry? Hee hee. Are you really not afraid that I will expose this matter to the Golden City? At that time, Commandment Sacred City will probably have to reorganize. Your precious son will also be punished severely as an example to others. When the Exchange Tower Master heard this, his expression changed. Ancestor Scarlet Flame definitely had this ability. Commandment Sacred City had really kicked an iron plate this time. In the past, they could always suppress it in time, and no one dared to say anything. What's more, not many people knew where the Golden City was. Even if those people wanted to complain, they couldn't. But this time was different. With Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman, things would become very troublesome. However, he looked at Scarlet Sun's sacred leader. There was no fear on Scarlet Sun's sacred leader's face. Instead, he revealed a disdainful sneer. It was as if Ancestor Scarlet Flame's words were a joke to him. The surrounding people had long been intimidated by Scarlet Sun's sacred leader's terrifying aura. Kneeling on the ground, they trembled and did not dare to speak. This was Scarlet's sacred leader. This was the status brought by strength. With strength, one could do whatever he wanted. With Scarlet Sun's sacred leader's strength, entering Golden City. But he didn't because he didn't like the restrictions. In 3,000 Sacred City, he was the boss. As the saying goes, it's better to be the head than the tail. He was such a person was God. Sacred leader Scarlet Sun suddenly laughed wildly. Scarlet Fire, go ahead and tell them. If anyone cares, then it's my loss. In the end, you three, has a in sun swordsman. Is swordsman. Will. If of it, you, of B, of is of S, is. If he wasn't a divine physique realm martial artist, he wouldn't have dared to say such words. Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun all frowned. Is of Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun, you're so arrogant. Do you think you can cover the sky with one hand? Golden City? I don't need to rely on Golden City. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you've reached the divine body realm? You're just a frog in a well. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun, do you know why I'm here? Just when everyone thought that even the three powerhouses from Golden City could not do anything to Sacred Leader Scarlet Sunday, Ling Xiao spoke. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me? Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun snorted. Ling Xiao ignored him and continued. I know. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun, loves your son dearly. Moreover, the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities is coming. You can't cripple your son Qi Zhao's cultivation. That will destroy him. I also know that Commandment Sacred City will protect him. In any case, even if he were to be punished, it would probably not be painful or itchy at all. Today, in front of everyone, Ling Xiao, will make an oath. During the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities, I will take Qi Zhao's head to comfort the souls of the deceased from War Soul Sacred City. Since Commandment Sacred City won't give me justice, then Ling Xiao, will do it myself. If Scarlet Sun Sacred City and Commandment Sacred City are not afraid of losing face, then let's continue. I'd like to see how long you can be so arrogant. Actually, Ling Xiao had already achieved his goal of causing a ruckus. He wanted Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun to protect him, although the people around did not dare to say anything in front of Sacred Leader Scarlet Sunday. However, they would definitely hate Scarlet Sun Sacred City in their hearts. They would be disgusted by Commandment Sacred City's protection and injustice. Commandment Sacred City's status would plummet. That was enough. That was his real goal. As for Qi Xiao, he would kill him with his own hands. After all, there were only a few days left until the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. Many people noticed Ling Xiao's real goal from his words. They could not help but admire his cunning. He was too powerful. He knew that neither Commandment Sacred City nor Scarlet Sun Sacred City would do anything to Qi Xiao. He still came to make trouble. He was not targeting Qi Xiao at all. He was targeting the two sacred cities. Powerful, too powerful. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun's face was a little ugly. This kid was only an ant in his eyes. He was actually so scheming. The Exchange Tower Master shook his head and smiled bitterly. Even if Commandment Sacred City punished Qi Xiao now, it would be too late. Others would think that all this was done to save Commandment Sacred City's face. It was not true justice. Therefore, no matter what they did, Commandment Sacred City's reputation had been ruined. If it were not for the fact that their comprehensive strength was extremely strong, Commandment Sacred City would probably be destroyed by those angry people at this time. Too ruthless. This move was really too ruthless. He used a small matter to ruin the reputation of the two sacred cities. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun had built a good reputation for many years. Commandment Sacred City had built a fair reputation for many years. It was all ruined in a day. Brat, I really admire your craftiness. But what can you do even if you use up all your tricks? I will kill you here today. Everything you have done will become a thing of the past. What's the point? Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun suddenly released the terrifying aura of the Divine Body Echelon and pounced toward Ling Xiao like a ferocious beast. He wanted Ling Xiao to kneel and beg for mercy. He wanted to embarrass Ling Xiao. He also wanted to use this opportunity to intimidate those who were watching the live broadcast. However, what surprised him was that Ling Xiao was still floating in midair and was still as calm as ever. It was as if nothing had happened. Ha! Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun, are you angry from embarrassment? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, "This is a war zone. You should know the consequences if you make a move, right? So what if it's a war zone? Today, I want you to understand. In this world, strength is the most important thing. Even if I am unreasonable, even if my son did something wrong, so what? I am stronger than you." Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun's attitude was extremely rude and unreasonable. Chapter 4371. Sacred Leader Qiyang was planning to be a villain to the end. Since his reputation had already been ruined, he didn't care anymore. As long as he had powerful strength, no one would dare to say anything. However, if he lost, it would be terrible. He would definitely be despised by thousands of people. Is that so? Then why haven't you made a move yet? Ling Xiao mocked. Do you want to die so badly? I'll fulfill your wish. Sacred leader Qiang was completely annoyed by Ling Xiao. Every word of this brat hit his sore spot. And when he thought about how he had been tricked by this brat, he was extremely unhappy, looking at the mocking, sarcastic, disdainful, and contemptuous gazes of the people around him. He was about to explode from anger. He suddenly struck out with his palm. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. The red palm print was filled with heat, able to melt everything in front of it. Let me do it. At this moment, Patriarch Scarlet Flame rushed out. A scarlet robe suddenly appeared on his body. This robe was obviously not an ordinary item. It should be the treasure that Patriarch Scarlet Flame said he got from the Fire Emperor. It was definitely an existence that surpassed the divine grade, heavenly king artifact. At that moment, Patriarch Scarlet Flame's combat power actually soared to the divine body realm. The two sides collided in midair. Then, the two forces canceled each other out. They disappeared. There was no intense aftershock. The two of them each took a few steps back. Sacred leader Qiang looked at Patriarch Scarlet Flame in shock and anger. So you already knew that I had broken through? I don't have such a good brain. It's just that I suffered a little in the heavenly fiend ghost trap, so I don't want to suffer again. So, I borrowed something from the Fire Emperor. Patriarch Scarlet Flame said, casually. Fire Emperor. Sacred leader Qiang's expression instantly became extremely ugly. The Fire Emperor's status in the City of Gold was second only to the Golden Emperor. He couldn't afford to offend him, and neither could the people of Qiang's sacred city. Good. Very good. Ling Xiao, you'd better remember this. From now on, Qiang's sacred city and Fighting Soul Sacred City are irreconcilable. Let's go. Sacred leader Qiang really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but he couldn't. The treasure on Forefather Scarlet Flame was enough to contend against him. Of course, it was impossible for his opponent to defeat him. If the stalemate continued, it would be meaningless. Scarlet Sun Saint Lord, when you go back, tell the people of Scarlet Sun Saint City not to go out anymore. Otherwise, I'll kill whoever comes out. Anyway, the Commandment Sacred City doesn't care. Now that Ling Xiao had laid down a good foundation, he naturally had to make use of it. If he had killed the people of Scarlet Sun Sacred City, the Commandment Sacred City would have been able to hold him accountable. But now, Commandment Sacred City did not have the face or the strength to do so. Not to mention that the Law Master wasn't here, even if the Law Master was here. So what? A Commandment Sacred City that had lost its credibility was basically an empty shell. Who would submit to them? Ling Xiao had a premonition that the 3,000 holy cities would be in chaos for a period of time. Moreover, a large number of Dharma apprentices would probably resign and leave. Commandment Sacred City would no longer be the holy land that people yearned for. Instead, it would become a place that people despised. Of course, they wouldn't collapse just because of this. But a 1,000-mile dike could be destroyed by an ant's nest. It was only a matter of time before Commandment Sacred City was finished. It was different from the other holy cities because it relied on the trust of the people. Without trust, there would be no value in existing. Soon, there would probably be an order from the City of Gold. Of course, this was all in the future. The moment he heard that Ling Xiao was going to launch a killing operation against Scarlet Sun Saint City, the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord's expression turned even uglier. He couldn't let the martial artists of Scarlet Sun Saint City be cowards. Moreover, as the leader of the 10 great holy cities, if they were threatened by Ling Xiao's words, then how would they survive in the future? Humph! No matter how many people you kill from Scarlet Sun Saint City, I'll kill 10 times more people from Fighting Soul Sacred City. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Ling Xiao smiled. Their status in Fighting Soul Sacred City was not high, so it was not a problem for them to not let their disciples out for a short period of time. No one would laugh at them. But Scarlet Sun Saint City was different. It was the most powerful holy city among the 3,000 holy cities. If he were to be a coward, he would definitely be laughed at. Watching Scarlet Sun Saint Lord leave, Ling Xiao also returned to Fighting Soul Sacred City. What happened here today would definitely spread throughout the 3,000 holy cities at an extremely fast speed. Ling Xiao's reputation would also be established because of this. Although Qi Xiao was still alive and well, Scarlet Sun Saint City and Commandment Sacred City had lost all their face because of this incident. They had become the laughingstock of the 3,000 holy cities. Perhaps for many people, this was enough. A small Fighting Soul Sacred City had humiliated Scarlet Sun Saint City and Commandment Sacred City to such an extent. They should be satisfied, right? But Ling Xiao was not satisfied. He had announced in Divine Martial Sacred City that he would launch a killing operation against the people of Scarlet Sun Saint City and Commandment Sacred City. The reason why he did not take action immediately was to give those who did not want to die a chance to leave Scarlet Sun Saint City and Commandment Sacred City. From tomorrow onwards, he would go on a hunt. The people he was going to kill next would not be innocent. They already knew what Scarlet Sun Saint City and Commandment Sacred City had done, but they still stayed there. They were jackals of the same tribe. There was nothing to sympathize with if he killed them. After the people of the Fighting Soul Alliance learned about what Ling Xiao had done in Divine Martial Sacred City, they were all very emotional. In the past, they did not dare to offend such two powerful sacred cities. Ling Xiao was indeed worthy of being their hope. He was indeed a responsible and capable person. With such a person leading them, how could the Fighting Soul Alliance not be powerful? Because of this incident, the Fighting Soul Alliance added another 12 sacred cities to the alliance. They were determined to attack and defend the alliance. Of course, these were all secret alliances, even more secretive than the 10 sacred cities that had joined before. Even Commandment Sacred City would not know. Of course, this was only the beginning. Ling Xiao wanted to bring the entire 3,000 holy cities under his command. The next day, Ling Xiao's hunt began. He did not ask others to help. He wandered around Scarlet Sun Saint City and Commandment Sacred City alone. As long as he saw people from Commandment Sacred City and Scarlet Sun Saint City, he would kill. After a day, hundreds of people had died in his hands. This time, the 3,000 holy cities were even more shocked. Originally, they thought that Ling Xiao was just saying. They did not expect that he would actually dare to do so. This was simply a madman, but a terrifying madman. The status of the Fighting Soul Sacred City was constantly rising, although there was no official ranking. But among the people, the Fighting Soul Sacred City was already in existence that could contend with the 10 sacred cities. This was the benefit of strength. After the first day of the hunt, the Fighting Soul Alliance had 10 more allies. Now, it had increased to 33 sacred cities. Although compared to the 3,000 holy cities, this was not a lot, but many little drops made a mickle. Moreover, Ling Xiao's hunt was still ongoing. The people of Scarlet Sun Saint City and Commandment Sacred City were panicking, and more people left because of this. Almost 90% of the Dharma disciples of Commandment Sacred City left on this day. Many things could not operate normally. Of course, they would not sit still and wait for death. Chapter 4372. On the second day of Ling Xiao's hunt, Commandment Sacred City sent 10 Commandment Knights and a Law Lord. Scarlet Sun Sacred City's Sacred Lord led many experts to attack Fighting Soul Sacred City. This battle was earth-shattering, although many people didn't see it at all. But in the end, all 10 Commandment Knights died in battle, and the Law Lord was also killed. 80% of Scarlet Sun's sacred cities people also died. The rest fled in panic. This day was known as the Day of Changing the Heavens. It meant that the sky would change. Fighting Soul's sacred city directly became the most terrifying existence among the 3,000 sacred cities. Scarlet Sun's sacred city was dispirited. If it weren't for Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun's existence, it would have been destroyed by others. Commandment Sacred City also activated a defensive formation and hid in it, waiting for the Law Lord to return. After this battle, Commandment Sacred City was completely forgotten by people. When people had disputes, they no longer looked for Commandment Sacred City, but Fighting Soul's Sacred City. Fighting Soul's Sacred City seized the opportunity and became the true Commandment Sacred City. Ling Xiao always insisted on one point. No matter who made a mistake, they would be punished. His own people were no exception. He knew that Commandment Sacred City's way of doing things would not go far. So he didn't want to repeat the same mistake. Because he didn't protect them, Fighting Soul's Sacred City and even Fighting Soul Alliance's disciples became more obedient. They followed the rules set by Fighting Soul's Sacred City. Now, Fighting Soul Alliance had developed to thousands of sacred cities. They had the absolute initiative. At this point, Fighting Soul Sacred City's martial artists could finally hold their heads high. They also respected and admired Ling Xiao more. On the other hand, Scarlet Sun's Sacred City and Commandment Sacred City became the antagonist of the 3,000 sacred cities. Their disciples didn't even dare to leave the city. They could only hide in the city. They were reviled. At this time in Scarlet Sun's Sacred City, Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun was having a secret meeting with 11 of the 12 Law Lords. Because one of the Law Lords had been killed, it was one of the 12 Law Lords, Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun's relatives. Damn it, only Scarlet Flame Ancestor, who was willing to fight for Fighting Soul Sacred City with the treasure given by the Fire Emperor, could contend with me. Who knew that a giant demon king would suddenly appear. He's even stronger than me. How could this be? Even now, Scarlet Sun, Holy Lord, still couldn't understand where Soul Sacred City had gotten such a powerful Great Devil King. If the Great Devil King hadn't appeared, they wouldn't have lost so miserably. There's something fishy about this matter. We've already sent a letter to the Golden City, saying that the Fighting Soul Sacred City is raising demonic creatures. However, this matter shouldn't have any effect on Fighting Soul Sacred City. After all, there's no rule in the Golden Sky region that forbids raising demonic beasts, as long as they can be controlled. One of the Law Lords said, "When will the Law Master return? If he were here, things wouldn't be so bad, right?" Someone asked, "The Dharma Master is currently in seclusion in the Golden City. He is currently at a critical juncture, and it is impossible for him to come out of seclusion in advance. Looks like we can only endure it for now. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun, this is all because of your son. You must take responsibility for our Commandment Sacred City." One of the lawyers suddenly slammed the table and said angrily, "Your son is messing around outside, and we have to clean up after him. Now, we've all been dragged into this mess." That's right. Thinking about it carefully, it's all Qi Zhao's fault this time. He must take responsibility. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun, we have a good relationship. I didn't want to say these unpleasant words, but this matter has dealt a huge blow to our Commandment Sacred City. Shut up. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun suddenly became angry. You still have the face to say that. When you received my gifts back then, all of you promised that you could handle anything in the 3,000 sacred cities, no matter what happened. What about now? Now that you're in trouble, you're blaming me? Are you turning your back on me? The 11 Law Lords lowered their heads, too embarrassed to speak. Each of them had received a gift from Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun, And it wasn't just a little bit. If they really wanted to pursue the matter, no one would be able to escape. Father, masters of law, why worry about this matter? This time, it was obvious that Ling Xiao was plotting against them. He just wants to find an excuse to deal with us. Whether it's me or not, it's the same. At this moment, Qi Xiao walked out. Even though such a big thing had happened, he was still very calm. He said coldly, "In the end, the spiritual pillar of the entire Battle Soul Sacred City and the Battle Soul Alliance is Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao is destroyed, then they will be in a state of disunity. Scarlet Sun Sacred City and Commandment Sacred City can still recover their former glory. We just need to endure for a while. Didn't he say that he wanted to kill me in the ranking battle? Then I'll kill him." That's right. Xiao is much stronger than Ling Xiao. Killing Ling Xiao is as easy as flipping his hand. And when the time comes, there will be people from the Golden City coming to watch the battle. Even Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and the others can't interfere. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun was so angry that he didn't think of this. When the 11 Law Lords heard this, they couldn't help but nod. In the end, the crux of the problem was still Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao was dead, everything would be easy. They couldn't kill Ling Xiao now because Ling Xiao was always accompanied by an expert. At most, they could humiliate him in the battle zone. It wouldn't do much. They might as well wait until the ranking battle and kill him in one blow. Qi Xiao is indeed Qi Xiao. He can occupy the top ranking of the 10 Holy Sun for 9 years. Not only is he strong, but he's also very scheming. The 12 Law Lords thought to themselves. At this moment, the second Law Lord glanced at Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun and said, "In that case, let's let Ling Xiao be arrogant for a while. It's time for me to go cultivate. Recently, there are signs of a breakthrough. As long as we have another divine body realm expert on our side, then Battle Soul Sacred City will be completely finished." After the discussion was settled, everyone dispersed. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun also planned to use this last period of time to consolidate his strength. Scarlet Sun Sacred City and Commandment Sacred City ceased all activities and began to pretend to be weak. The other 9 of the 10 sacred cities also seemed to be under great pressure. They began to urge their disciples to cultivate diligently. They were all prepared to take the top spot in the ranking battle a few days later. In Sin's Sacred City, Sin's Sacred Leader looked at the information sent by his subordinates with a frown. His son had been crippled by Ling Xiao. He was going to take revenge. However, before he could do so, the situation changed. Now, he couldn't take revenge even if he wanted to. Scarlet Sun Sacred City and Commandment Sacred City joined forces and failed to do anything to Battle Soul Sacred City. Instead, they suffered heavy losses and even lost a Law Lord. Sin's Sacred City was inferior to Scarlet Sun Sacred City, especially him, who was only at the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm. He didn't have the ability to take revenge for his son. Recently, the people in Sin's Sacred City had become obedient. Battle Soul Sacred City had set new rules. If they went out to cause trouble and kill innocent people, they would be punished if Battle Soul Sacred City found out. This new Battle Soul Sacred City was even more terrifying than Commandment Sacred City. The key was that they were impartial. Chapter 4373. The Fighting Soul Sacred City wasn't like the Commandment Sacred City, which could be settled with spirit stones or treasures. The Sin's Sacred Lord had ordered the martial artists of the Sin's Sacred City not to go out and cause trouble. He had no choice but to cultivate in a down-to-earth manner. With them, Ling Xiao's status was even higher. In the past, many martial artists of the 3,000 sacred cities had been bullied by the Sin's Sacred City. The Sin's Sacred City didn't dare to mess around. This was all thanks to the Fighting Soul Sacred City and Ling Xiao. As a result, the Fighting Soul Alliance expanded again, and more than half of the Sacred City had joined. They had absolute control over the 3,000 sacred cities. Of course, the Fighting Soul Alliance's strength had grown, and no one dared to bully them when they went out. However, they didn't bully others because of this. Everyone knew that the first sacred lord, Ling Xiao, was an impartial person. Even if one of his own made a mistake, he would still punish them. He would never be partial to anyone. Father! Suddenly, a black figure appeared in the hall. The Sin's sacred lord was stunned. It was as if he couldn't recognize his son. His son, Black Fong, was dressed in black and surrounded by a dense black aura. He looked like a ghost that had crawled out from the ground. It was terrifying. Even Sin Holy Lord could sense a terrifying evil aura coming from him. Son! He was stunned and wanted to confirm the identity of the person in front of him. Father, don't you recognize me? I'm Black Fong. I just merged with the door of all evil that you gave me. That's why I became so powerful. Black Fong smiled. I see. The Sin's sacred lord heaved a sigh of relief. He was still wondering where the terrifying evil aura from his son came from. So it was because of the door of all evil. My good son, Black Fong, Ling Xiao has completely risen. He has the protection of experts behind him. I'm afraid he'll be difficult to deal with. It's my fault for not being able to avenge you. The Sin's sacred lord sighed. It's okay. With my current strength, even Qi Xiao might not be able to defeat me. Killing Ling Xiao would be a piece of cake. I will give him a surprise during the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities. Black Fong sneered. Why don't you take revenge now? Let's go to the divine, martial sacred city's battle zone and cripple him. Let's make him lose all his reputation. Sin Holy Lord said, Father, don't you think it would be more interesting to embarrass him on a bigger stage? In any case, there were only 8 days left. Could it be that he could make a breakthrough in such a short period of time? So what if I can break through? Black Fong smiled. My son, you're finally scheming. Sin Holy Lord nodded in satisfaction. This son of his had always been very reckless, but now he actually knew how to scheme. This was really not bad. Perhaps it was because those who survived a great disaster were destined for good fortune. However, what he didn't know was that half of his son's soul had been taken over by the gate of all evil. If she knew, would she still be happy? I don't think so. He might not even be able to remain so calm. Then stay in Sin Holy City for the next few days. Let that Ling Xiao think that you're still a cripple. When it comes to the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities, it will be broadcasted live to the entire 3,000 holy cities. Even the City of Gold will send people to watch the battle. When the time comes, you can humiliate him properly. Let him experience the most terrifying nightmare in the world. Sin Holy Lord gritted his teeth and said excitedly, That's right, Father. Your son wants him to die the most miserable and painful death. Black Fong laughed wildly. These two people were indeed father and son. They had the same temperament. Reporting to Holy Lord, Young Lord, Lu Mingho and Gao Shen of the 10 Holy Sun request an audience. At this time, someone walked in from outside. Oh, the two of them came at the right time. Although I don't want to expose myself. Father, you can give them some benefits. Let them go to the battle zone to teach that Ling Xiao a lesson. It can be considered as paying a price. Black Fong turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared. Now, he didn't want others to know that he had recovered and was even stronger than before. He wanted to let Ling Xiao remember this surprise for the rest of his life. Lu Mingho and Gao Shen appeared in the main hall. Sin Holy Lord welcomed them warmly. It's rare for the two of you to dare to come to our Sin Holy City. You should know that we're now a thorn in Ling Xiao's side. Sin Holy Lord laughed. Holy Lord, you must be joking. The two of us came here today to ask for something. Lu Mingho went straight to the point and said, Ling Xiao made me lose face in the enemy battle zone, so I have to kill him. Therefore, I hope that Holy Lord can give us the water of sin. Are you sure you want the water of sin? Sin Holy Lord frowned. That thing can indeed greatly increase your battle strength in a short period of time. But don't forget, the water of sin contains evil vengeful spirits. Once you're entangled by them, you'll lose your mind. You'll become a puppet of the vengeful spirits. This junior knows. But if I don't take revenge, it'll always be a demon in my heart. Lu Mingho said, Good. Since you're so determined, I'll give you the water of sin. Also, Ling Xiao stole your ice phoenix sword. I'll give you the black ice sword. It's not inferior to your ice phoenix sword at all. It's just that it's made from the fossil of a black ice dragon. It's just a different type. Sin Holy Lord thought of his son Blackfang's words and naturally supported Lu Mingho. Although a divine heavenly king artifact was extremely precious to the sacred city of Sin, it was still a rare treasure. But in order to bring misfortune to Ling Xiao, he was willing to give it away. Thank you, Holy Lord. This junior is overwhelmed by your favor. Lu Mingho knelt down to express his gratitude. Gao Shen frowned. He vaguely felt that this matter wasn't as simple as they thought. He felt like he was being used. Therefore, he didn't ask for the water of sin. He only said that he was confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao with his strength. Sin Holy Lord didn't insist. It was enough to have Lu Mingho test Ling Xiao. It was fine if Gao Shen wasn't willing. Let me tell you one more thing. From today onwards, Ling Xiao had entered the divine martial sacred city cultivation area to cultivate. It'll be easier to kill him there. Now, the commandment Holy City hates him to death. So, we'll definitely make it easy for you. What you need to do is enter the cultivation area and find him. Sin Holy Lord said, That's easy. If it's a battle zone, it's not easy to kill him. But if it's a cultivation area, it'll be easy. Lu Mingho's eyes were full of hatred. He didn't have much of a grudge against Ling Xiao. It was only because he had lost to Ling Xiao that he harbored hatred in his heart. Holy Lord, we'll take our leave first. I really can't wait. I don't even want to wait for a quarter of an hour. Go. Be careful. If you really can't defeat Ling Xiao, just give up. There's no need to fight too hard. Although he said that, he still wanted to provoke Lu Mingho, as if Lu Mingho couldn't defeat Ling Xiao. Chapter 4374. The reason why Ling Xiao chose to come to the cultivation area was to hone his cosmic light, divine fist, and void, shattering finger. Although the sacred art could be learned in an instant, however, using it in battle required a lot of skill. He had to practice repeatedly to be able to control it freely and completely, to truly master these two sacred arts. Just like the bloodthirsty plague, he could release it whenever he wanted, and it wouldn't drop the chain at a critical moment. Now that the Fighting Soul Sacred City had Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Zhao Fengyun, and Azure Lotus Swordswoman, nothing would happen. And since the Scarlet Sun Sacred City and the Commandment Sacred City had become turtles, he naturally couldn't continue hunting. It would be difficult to rush into the city to kill people. Besides, the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities was about to begin, so he had to think about his own matters. He couldn't waste all his time on that matter. It was too boring. In fact, it wasn't just the cosmic light, divine fist, and void-shattering finger. His heaven-covering palm seal had yet to reach the perfection stage. The dragon subduing 23 swords was still at the great accomplishment stage. All of these required constant killing and fighting to progress. The cultivation area had an endless supply of demon beasts and puppets. The system here could even simulate real battles. This was simply too good. For him, this was the best place to cultivate. Originally, cultivating here would consume a lot of battle merits. But now, the divine martial sacred city was no longer under the control of the commandment sacred city. Instead, it was his fighting soul sacred city that had the final say. He could be businesslike in other matters. But of course, his own resources would be tilted towards the Fighting Soul Alliance, especially the disciples of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. As for him, he could come in and cultivate as he pleased. He didn't care about the battle merits at all. He could stay as long as he wanted. There was one more thing he had to say. The Tower Master of the Exchange Tower and the Commandment Knight had both fled. They were afraid that they would be killed by Ling Xiao. So now, the one in charge of the Divine Martial Sacred City was the Azure Lotus Swordswoman. This place was tantamount to becoming their private territory. It was because of this that the Fighting Soul Sacred City and even the entire Fighting Soul Alliance's martial artists had advanced by leaps and bounds during this period of time. Why? In the past, they couldn't cook without rice. Although they had aptitude and perseverance, they didn't have a good cultivation technique, nor did they have enough battle merits to enter the cultivation area. Things were different now. Ling Xiao opened the exchange tower to the greatest extent. As long as one is a disciple of the Battle Alliance, one can enter to cultivate. No matter how strong you are, you can enter. Of course, there were still some rules. For example, secret manuals of cultivation methods could not be taken out. They could only be cultivated and memorized inside. In addition, in order to prevent the disciples from being greedy, they were still required to use battle merit points to exchange for them. However, the meaning of merit points had changed. He had to complete the mission given by the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Winning in the war zone would no longer give him any battle merit points. It was only used as a place to learn from each other. Many things were quietly changing. The 3,000 sacred cities slowly fell under Ling Xiao's control. Of course, Ling Xiao said that he would be loyal to the Golden City. After all, he was the boss. Let's get back to the main topic. There was a powerful array formation in the cultivation area that could shield a martial artist's divine sense. Therefore, if one cultivated here, their privacy would be protected to the greatest extent. This was not a problem at all. Ling Xiao sat in a quiet place and meditated for a long time. He went through the methods of using the cosmic divine fist and void-shattering finger, as well as the method of circulating his true yuan over and over again in his mind. After an hour, he finally stood up. He came to the combat room in the cultivation area. The combat room here was different from the war zone. Firstly, it would not be made public. Secondly, it was allowed to kill people here. The other things were pretty much the same. Ling Xiao wanted to perfect what he was thinking through the combat room. It was meaningless to just talk about it without doing anything. It was also meaningless to just think about it without doing anything. Everything had to be done in order to know. This time, Ling Xiao chose a peak Heavenly Core warrior as his opponent. Although he could choose an opponent at the Extreme Core realm, this was a training ground. However, this was for the sake of tempering one's martial skills. If the opponent was too strong, it might affect one's performance. Greetings, great Saint Lord. The next opponent was the new Saint Lord of White Thunder Sacred City. He was also from the Battle Alliance. And Ling Xiao nodded his head. In front of these Saint Lords, he had to maintain his dignity. Ever since the Saint Lord of White Thunder Sacred City had ascended to the throne, he had met Ling Xiao a few times. He also admired Ling Xiao a lot. but when it came to fighting, he had never done so. In fact, he was curious as well. How strong was Ling Xiao? Was he as strong as him? Make your move. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Excuse me, great Saint Lord. Saint Lord Bai Lei cupped his fist. Then he initiated the attack. Ling Xiao didn't use his sword. He didn't transform either. He was cultivating the cosmic divine fist and void-shattering finger. Therefore, this was the best way. Boom. He threw out a punch, and a terrifying fist wind exploded out, pushing Saint Lord Bai Lei a few steps back. It looked like an ordinary punch, but it contained a destructive force that surpassed a high-grade, 9th-grade Emperor Realm Martial skill. And this was when he wasn't familiar with it. Moreover, this was a divine power. It would become stronger as Ling Xiao's strength increased. Saint Lord Bai Lei was stunned when he saw Ling Xiao. He was filled with excitement. The great Saint Lord was so young, but he was so powerful. But why couldn't he see the joy on the great Saint Lord's face? Ling Xiao was indeed unhappy. That was because the cosmic divine fist was powerful, but it didn't have the special effect of the cosmic divine fist, according to the results of his meditation. This punch could change the law of time in the surroundings. It could make the opponent's movements faster or slower by 3 seconds. But obviously, it didn't happen just now. How could Ling Xiao be happy? Again, because he didn't succeed in using the cosmic divine fist, there was no cool down. Ling Xiao planned to master the cosmic divine fist first. There was still a long way to go before he could use it. Indeed, he had been too naive before. The two of them started fighting again. Ling Xiao only used one move, which was the cosmic divine fist. The two of them fought for hundreds of rounds. Ling Xiao felt that he had vaguely grasped that thing, but he didn't succeed. Great Saint Lord, you are a monster. I'm tired. I can't take it anymore. I need to rest. Saint Lord Bai Lei smiled bitterly. The two of them fought for hundreds of rounds. Saint Lord Bai Lei had to use all his strength to block Ling Xiao's attacks. So, he was really tired. This is the last time. Ling Xiao grasped a special feeling and didn't want to let Saint Lord Bai Lei go. Okay. Saint Lord Bai Lei gritted his teeth. He took a pill from Ling Xiao and swallowed it. His true essence and stamina recovered a little. So, he pounced on Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao stood there and watched Saint Lord Bai Lei attack. Saint Lord Bai Lei was using the martial technique of White Thunder Sacred City Thunderbird Fist. This martial technique was extremely fast. It could reach the enemy in an instant. Chapter 4375. Saint Lord Bai Lei unleashed his Thunderbird Fist and arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. Of course, Ling Xiao was still unleashing his cosmic divine fist. He was chanting in his mind to make his opponent's fist slow down. Slow it down again. Even stop it. Right at this moment, a strange blue light appeared on his fist. The light was unleashed. In an instant, Sacred Lord Bai Lei stopped. Everything around him stopped. It was as if time had stopped. That strange feeling made him feel a little out of sorts. But Ling Xiao was sure that this was the effect of the cosmic divine fist. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, but 3 seconds was more than enough for Ling Xiao to do a lot of things. The fist landed on Saint Lord Bai Lei's body. Of course, he was merciful. In the next moment, the 3 seconds passed. Saint Lord Bai Lei looked at the wound on his body in shock. He couldn't believe it. What happened when I fell to the ground? Great Saint Lord, you didn't do anything. In Saint Lord Bai Lei's eyes, Ling Xiao had only clenched his fist and didn't attack. But he had been sent flying. Looking at the wound, he knew he had been hit by a punch. He couldn't understand it at all. Ling Xiao smiled, but he didn't say anything. That feeling just now was very strange, and he was worried that it would disappear. He hurriedly bid farewell to sacred Lord by lay, and return to the place he had chosen to cultivate. He was trying his best to capture that strange feeling, although it was just a coincidence. But he believed that a coincidence could turn into a certainty. That punch just now was too powerful. His opponent couldn't even react to it. 3 seconds was a short time, but it was enough to change the outcome of the battle. He pondered for an hour in the cultivation room. Ling Xiao once again began his journey of challenging opponents. If the opponent he chose was only a heavenly core warrior, he would be able to defeat them easily. This time, he wasn't trying to increase his cultivation base. He was trying to comprehend his abilities. Battles after battles, training after training. The feeling was getting stronger. In the course of the battle, Ling Xiao succeeded twice. But it was still too little, and the success rate was too low. He couldn't use it in a battle. After all, if something unexpected happened in a battle, they would lose control. Ling Xiao liked to control the battle in his own hands. In order to compare the differences between warriors, demonic beasts, and puppets, Ling Xiao even went out of his way to look for demonic beasts and puppets to battle. Hopefully, he could find something from it. As the number of battles continued to increase, Ling Xiao finally got a feel for the cosmic light Godfist. The success rate of the release was also increasing. From 1 out of 100 successful punches to 1 out of 50, it was a huge improvement. However, to Ling Xiao, there was no difference between 1% and 50%. What he wanted was a 100% success rate. He wanted to be able to control it at will. Therefore, the crazy battle continued. He was like a warrior who didn't know what fatigue was. He was ruthless to others and ruthless to himself. Time was something that belonged to God. The difficulty of using the cosmic light Godfist was within his expectations. However, it was fine as long as there was progress. He believed that the void-shattering finger should be simpler. The void-shattering finger used the law of space. A simple spatial transformation shouldn't be that difficult. But the high-ranked void-shattering finger shouldn't be any simpler than the cosmic light Godfist. Imagine once the void-shattering finger could travel through space. How terrifying would that be? Of course, Ling Xiao didn't dare think about that right now. As long as he could travel within a 3-meter radius, that would be enough. Once he finished cultivating the cosmic light Godfist, he would start cultivating the void-shattering finger. With these 2 divine skills, combined with the 12 divine beast skill, at least in the divine core realm, no one could be better than him in terms of martial skills. As for the divine physique realm, he didn't know. After all, that was an unknown realm. Although Ling Xiao had arrived at that realm with the help of the heavenly devil Epiphyllum, the time was too short, and he could only understand some of the laws in that realm. But he was still far from truly understanding that realm. Ling Xiao, I finally found you. Just as Ling Xiao was crazily training the cosmic light Godfist, a voice suddenly sounded out. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked. It was Lu Mingho. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. The only time he met this man was when he was defeated by him in the combat zone. But looking at this guy's crazy eyes, it was obvious that he hated Lu Mingho to the core. This made Lu Mingho confused. Lu Mingho stared at Ling Xiao, who was far away from him. His mind was filled with madness and excitement. After obtaining the water of evil, he came to the cultivation area. 2 days had passed, and he was a man who didn't care about his own heart. He had finally found Ling Xiao. Finally, he could kill his enemy with his own hands. I don't think there's such a big grudge between us. Do you really want to kill me that badly? Ling Xiao was speechless. He had only defeated this guy once in the combat zone. If everyone who lost wanted to take revenge, then the combat zone might as well close down. No, Ling Xiao, you've trampled on my dignity. I'm ranked 9th among the 10 Holy Sun, but Ever since I lost to you, my life has been a tragedy. When I returned to the Saint City, I was laughed at. Those women who used to chase after me all left me. Even my father ignores me. It's all because of you, all because of you. Lu Mingho roared hysterically. Are you crazy? Ling Xiao was speechless. How could this kind of thing be blamed on him? Was there still any King reason left? But since you want to kill me, then don't blame me for being rude. It just so happens that I need someone to practice my new skill. The other opponents are too weak to activate the real effect of this special skill. But you're not bad. Ling Xiao had never been a soft-hearted person, since the other party had chased him all the way here to kill him. Then there was no reason for him to hesitate. In the cultivation area, killing people was a common occurrence. So what if he killed him? It was the other party who came to find trouble with him, not the other way around. Ha 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 ha, kill me? Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, do you think you can still do it now? Lu Mingho laughed maniacally and drank the water of sin. After drinking the water of evil, Lu Mingho's aura became extremely evil and powerful. Terrifying auras were unleashed from his body. Lu Mingho, who was only at the early stage of the extreme core realm, now unleashed the aura of the late core realm. This kind of feeling was really uncomfortable. Ling Xiao was now at the mid-heavenly core realm, and his body had reached the 9th Order Emperor realm. With his beast soul transformation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to fight a mid-core realm warrior. But in order to defeat a late core realm warrior, he would have to use his martial soul of tyrant. In this realm, the higher the level, the bigger the gap between the two. Even if there was only a small difference in the extreme core realm, the difference in strength would be like the difference between heaven and earth. Even within the same realm, there could be a huge difference in strength. Therefore, don't think that the difference between the mid and late core realm is the same. Chapter 4376. In fact, most warriors couldn't make up for the gap of one realm. Of course, there were always some exceptions in this world. Ling Xiao was one of them. There's no Ancestor Scarlet Flame, no Green Lotus Swordswoman, no Zhao Fengyun, and no Great Devil King. What do you have to fight me? Lu Mingho sneered. In his opinion, the reason why Ling Xiao dared to offend Commandment Sacred City, Scarlet Sun Sacred City, and Sun Sacred City, it was because of the backing behind him. And Ling Xiao himself wasn't much. Ling Xiao smiled. Indeed, Lu Mingho, who swallowed the water of sin, brought him great pressure. However, this pressure made him extremely excited. Only with pressure would there be motivation. This would not only allow him to continue perfecting his cosmic light fist, it would also allow him to make another breakthrough in his cultivation. There were only a few days left until the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. At that time, he had to defeat Qi Xiao. If he couldn't even kill Lu Mingho now, then don't even think about it. What's the use of talking so much nonsense? Do it if you can kill me. Ling Xiao instantly entered the Hell Undying Bird Beast Soul Transformation. The reason why he chose the Hell Undying Bird was because the Cosmic Light Fist was a magical ability produced by the Undying Bird Beast Soul. Perhaps under the Hell Undying Bird Beast Soul Transformation, it would be easier to comprehend the mystery. Lu Mingho, you're really my lucky star. You came at the right time. If you're afraid, just show it. Why do you have to be so hard on yourself? Look at you. You actually entered the beast soul transformation state from the beginning. Isn't it because you're afraid of me? The moment Lu Mingho saw Ling Xiao's transformation, he laughed even more crazily when you were flaunting your power in the 3,000 sacred cities. You probably didn't expect this day to come. King retard. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. This person was crazy. But before he died, he could help him successfully cultivate the cosmic light fist. Perhaps it was not bad. It could be considered the last light of his life. And he was very curious. Lu Mingho had lost the Ice Phoenix sword and python rope. What other means could he have to deal with him? After all, Lu Mingho was a ruthless person. Since he had decided to kill him, he definitely wouldn't do it casually. He must have a complete set of tricks up his sleeve. As expected, Lu Mingho sneered and took out a sword. The Black Ice sword was actually a bit higher in grade than the Ice Phoenix sword. It was decorated with the inscriptions of the holy city of Sin. So that's how it is. You've become a dog of the holy city of Sin. Ling Xiao instantly understood. Sin Holy Lord probably wanted to avenge his son, but he didn't dare to do it himself because of Fighting Soul's sacred city. Therefore, he tricked Lu Mingho into killing him. He even gave Lu Mingho the Black Ice sword and the Water of Sin. It seemed like the holy city of Sin was going to be blacklisted. It became one of the holy cities that had to be destroyed. Of course, that was all for later. What he had to do today was to kill that idiot Lu Mingho first. Although this idiot was tricked by someone, he must have developed a strong killing intent towards him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have consumed something like the Water of Sin just to kill him. Hee, no matter what you say now, I won't be angry. Because today you have to die. As he spoke, Lu Mingho's aura became stronger. A black ice mountain appeared behind him. After consuming the Water of Sin, this guy's martial soul had changed. Although it was still cold and sinister, but this black ice mountain made people feel uncomfortable. My evolved martial soul doesn't look too bad, right? But don't be afraid. Something even more terrifying is about to happen. Lu Mingho looked at Ling Xiao with a sinister expression. He looked like an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell. Ling Xiao was speechless. Why did this guy have such a huge grudge against him? It didn't make sense. Black ice cones appeared around Lu Mingho's body. These ice cones were densely intertwined. It looked like a tent made of ice cones. But this tent gave off an extremely dangerous aura, and it seemed to have a terrifying defensive power. Lu Mingho held the black ice sword and controlled everything. Ling Xiao frowned. Lu Mingho, this bastard, had really become a lot stronger. Perhaps even in the late stage of the extreme core realm, he was considered very strong. See, this is the new me. You took away my Ice Phoenix sword and python rope. Do you think I will be dispirited? No, I won't be like that. Not only will I not be dispirited, but I will also become stronger. As Lu Mingho's aura increased, he also became crazier. Ling Xiao noticed that one of his eyes had turned black. Not only the pupil, but even the white of his eye had turned black. This was clearly because he was affected by the Water of Sin. You're really strong. Ling Xiao smiled. Lu Mingho's strength was naturally not a bluff. But would he be afraid? Besides, if the opponent wasn't strong, it wouldn't arouse his interest. When had he, Ling Xiao, ever been afraid of the strong? He had even killed a divine body realm martial artist, although he relied on the power of the demonic epiphyllum at that time. But of course, he was more pretentious. It was impossible for martial artists below the divine physique echelon realm to make him afraid. Kill! Lu Mingho suddenly snorted. Countless black icicles shot toward Ling Xiao. They were densely packed and emitted a strange and cold aura. The air around the icicles seemed to have frozen. Ling Xiao didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he blasted out the cosmic light divine fist. Unfortunately, this punch didn't release the special effect of the cosmic light divine fist. However, the terrifying power still shattered the countless icicles. At the same time, Ling Xiao rushed over. He heavily punched the strange cloak formed by the icicles. Bam! The violent power spread out. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, because this punch didn't cause any damage to Lu Mingho. Lu Mingho took the opportunity to stab with his sword, leaving a scar on Ling Xiao's face. These icicles weren't that hard when they attacked, but once they formed a cloak defense, my cosmic light divine fist actually couldn't shatter them. One had to know that even without special effects, the power of the cosmic light divine fist was still at the high-level 9th level of the Emperor level. It actually couldn't shatter this iceberg cloak. It seemed that this thing's defensive power had probably surpassed Ling Xiao's physical body. It had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Emperor level. He touched the bloodstains on his cheeks. Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile, as expected of the person who swallowed the water of sin. It seems that I have indeed underestimated you. As he spoke, he suddenly took out the heavenly victory sword. Then he continuously stabbed the sword in his hand 23 times. These 23 stabs were completed almost instantly. The speed was so fast that it was astonishing. 23 streaks of dragon-subduing sword chi pierced through the air. They continuously bombarded Lu Mingho's iceberg cloak. Especially the last streak of sword chi. Its power was even more terrifying than the previous 22 streaks combined. Chapter 4377. Ha ha ha, it's useless. It's useless, Ling Xiao. Your attack can't break through my defense. Lu Mingho laughed wildly and became more and more confident. However, in the next moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. When he was about to react, a huge fist had already blasted out from the gap of the iceberg cloak. It landed heavily on his head. At that moment, he felt dizzy. His whole person seemed to be in a daze. Boom! Lu Mingho's body hit the wall hard. Ling Xiao had never relied on the strength of martial arts, but rich combat experience, brilliant combat skills. Although the iceberg cloak's defense was extremely strong, Lu Mingho couldn't completely hide in it in order to attack. Once there was a gap, he could seize the opportunity. The 23 dragon-subduing swords was just Ling Xiao's cover. He knew that it couldn't break the iceberg cloak. The real attack was the Cosmic Light Divine Fist. Unfortunately, the Cosmic Light Divine Fist still didn't release the special effect. However, the power was good, and it directly blasted Lu Mingho away. Lu Mingho's head was twisted out of shape. Because he underestimated the enemy, Lu Mingho learned a lesson this time. F*CKU, Ling Xiao, how dare you hurt me? Lu Mingho rose into the air. His twisted head was restored to its original appearance. However, the vital essence consumed in this process was absolutely irreversible. Lu Mingho's expression became more ferocious. He came here full of confidence, thinking that he could easily crush and kill Ling Xiao. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would put him in his place at the beginning. He only left a small scar on Ling Xiao's face. However, Ling Xiao almost smashed his head. Fortunately, this wasn't a war zone. Otherwise, he would have really thrown his face to the ground. Hey, what are you thinking about? Just when Lu Mingho was roaring, Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. What a joke! Since he had already gained the advantage, how could Ling Xiao give up? While Lu Mingho was recuperating, Ling Xiao had already prepared his next attack. Because he knew very well that it was utterly impossible for a single cosmic god fist to defeat Lu Mingho. At the very least, Lu Mingho had swallowed the water of sin. He must be killed while he is sick. Heaven-covering palm print. A terrifying giant hand fell from the sky. He directly pressed down Lu Mingho, who was roaring. Rumble! A terrifying explosion could be heard. This time, Lu Mingho's entire body was almost twisted from the impact. F*CK. Lu Mingho felt so aggrieved. He was here for revenge, and to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. But why was he the one being beaten now? Relying on the defense of the iceberg cloak, the damage caused by the heaven-covering palm was limited, but it was too embarrassing. Previously, he blamed Ling Xiao for causing him to lose his former glory and dignity. Actually, who could be blamed for this? It was all his fault. After Lu Mingho became the ninth holy son, he had been so smug. In his own holy city, he was so arrogant. He didn't care about anyone. He even dared to talk back to his father. It was quite impressive to be hated by his own people. Just like that, when he was defeated by Ling Xiao, those people naturally added insult to injury. Who was to blame? Of course, it was Lu Mingho's own fault. But this guy didn't know the severity of the matter and actually pushed all the blame to Ling Xiao. Are you still dreaming? Blood Sky Drilling Rat, Flying Flame Lion, Nine Heavens Ice Dragon, Shining Holy Light Tiger, One-Eyed Thunderstorm Bull. Just as Lu Mingho was in a daze and thinking nonsense, Ling Xiao's attack came again. This time, it was the 5th level of the 12 Divine Beasts technique. Because Ling Xiao realized that the Cosmic Light God Fist alone wouldn't be able to kill Lu Mingho, unless the Cosmic God Fist could produce a special effect. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't work. In Ling Xiao's hand, it had changed from the Heavenly Victory Sword to the Heavenly Victory Sword. The Heavenly Victory Sword and the Demonic Victory Sword fused together. It formed this terrifying attack. It carried a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. It carried the terrifying power of 5 beast souls. A sharp beam of sword light fell. In an instant, it was in front of Lu Mingho. Are you going to die? Or am I going to die? Lu Mingho, you really disappoint me. You have such powerful strength, but you can't even use it. Ridiculous. Ling Xiao's voice entered Lu Mingho's ears. Lu Mingho was so angry that he vomited blood. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think. Ling Xiao's attacks came one after another, and it was simply too much for the eyes to take. In a hurry, Lu Mingho hurriedly circulated his true essence and activated the Ice Mountain Cloak to defend. But a hurried defense was definitely not as effective as a full-strength defense. Lu Mingho had seen Ling Xiao use the 12 Divine Beasts technique before, but 5 beast souls were released at the same time. This time, it was really not a lot. The terrifying attack directly hit the Ice Mountain Cloak. Crack! A shattering sound was heard. Lu Mingho was almost scared out of his wits. But this guy still had some skill. In such a critical situation, he still thought of a countermeasure. He stabbed out with the black ice sword in his hand. Black Ice Dragon, roar! The black ice sword had a special effect of fusing with the power of his black ice mountain martial soul. A black divine dragon broke through the sky. This black dragon was condensed from black ice and looked extremely ferocious. The surrounding beasts were so scared that they all fled. The air in the entire space was instantly condensed. Ice shards also appeared on the ground. In Ling Xiao's eyes, there was not the slightest surprise. All of Lu Mingho's attacks were within his expectations. The Ice Mountain Cloak shattered, the Black Dragon, and the 12 Divine Beasts technique collided. Ha ha ha, go to hell, Ling Xiao! Seeing that the Black Dragon was not defeated, Lu Mingho shouted excitedly. This was the most crucial attack to turn the situation around. Absolutely nothing must go wrong. Idiot! Crack! The Black Dragon shattered with a sound. Although it lasted for a moment, it was still not as powerful as Ling Xiao's 12 Divine Beasts technique. How could a martial skill that was released in a hurry compare to an attack that Ling Xiao had painstakingly condensed? What a pity! After tearing the Black Dragon apart, the sword light of the 12 Divine Beasts technique pierced through Lu Mingho's body. But Ling Xiao knew that this power had been weakened a lot and could not kill Lu Mingho in one blow. He sighed softly and prepared to attack again. However, he suddenly discovered something strange. Lu Mingho originally only had one eye with black white, but now both of his eyes had turned black. Ling Xiao subconsciously retreated, but he still could not avoid it. The black ice sword seemed to have grown eyes and directly cut off his right arm. Hee, you ran pretty fast, huh? Lu Mingho stood up and revealed a sinister smile. But at this time, was this person still Lu Mingho? Was he not a puppet controlled by the water of sin? Ling Xiao gently shook his head. What a pity! He looked at his broken arm. Ling Xiao walked over and picked it up. Lu Mingho did not attack, not because he did not want to, but because he could not. Ling Xiao's previous attack had caused great damage to his body, and he was still recovering. Chapter 4378. Both of them didn't attack. They were both healing their wounds. Lu Mingho's body was pierced through, and if he didn't do anything, he wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous consumption of his true yuan, and his physical strength would continue to decline. Ling Xiao was the same, although the consumption of true yuan wasn't a big deal to him. But he couldn't bear to let his broken arm continue to bleed. Therefore, both of them stopped attacking and focused on healing their wounds. They didn't want to be at a disadvantage in the upcoming battle. Of course, although both of them were injured, Lu Mingho's injuries were obviously more serious. He had suffered a great loss this time. He was put in a difficult position by Ling Xiao's storm-like attacks. Although his body was healing, it had consumed a huge amount of true yuan. His total true yuan was weaker than Ling Xiao's, and now he had consumed so much of it, it would be bad for the upcoming battle. Perhaps it was because of this that he chose to submit to the vengeful spirit of the water of sin. His eyes turned black. He looked as scary as a ghost from the underworld. Even his skin had started to turn black. According to the records about the evil water, once the user's body turned completely black, it meant that he would lose his mind. He would lose his original self and become a puppet of the evil water. After an hour, he would die. Lu Mingho's hatred for Ling Xiao was really terrifying. In order to kill Ling Xiao, he had gone to such lengths. This was really scary. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, you have to die, you have to die, you have to die. Looking at Lu Mingho slowly, losing himself, Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. What a pitiful guy. But a pitiful guy must have something to hate. Jiang Chun didn't plan to show any mercy. Besides, half of Lu Mingho's body had been controlled by the evil water. Even if Jiang Chun showed mercy, Lu Mingho wouldn't let him go. Lu Mingho had become a vessel of hatred and resentment. His arm had recovered. To be honest, this was the first time Ling Xiao had used an ordinary method to heal his body. In the past, he had used Life Rewind or Rising from the Ashes to heal his body. Although this method was a bit strange, it felt pretty good. Being able to restore his body with just a little bit of his true yuan, perhaps this was the advantage of a Divine Core warrior. No wonder people said that the Divine Core realm was a huge hurdle, and once one crossed it, it would be great. Is it worth it? Ling Xiao sighed. Of course it's worth it. In order to kill you, I can give up everything. Lu Mingho's face became even more ferocious, and his aura became even more powerful. Clearly, the more the water of sin controlled him, the more powerful he would become. Furthermore, with your personality, would you let me go even if I were to give up on the water of sin? Lu Mingho said. Of course not. Ling Xiao smiled. Since that's the case, I'll kill you even if I have to turn into a demon. Lu Mingho wasn't too stupid. He knew that by attacking Ling Xiao this time, he would definitely offend Ling Xiao. Therefore, if he could not kill Ling Xiao, he would have to die. Since he was going to die anyway, what was the point of becoming a monster? He didn't care. This aura is too powerful. It's almost at the perfect extreme core realm. If he completely turns into a demon, his combat strength shouldn't be any weaker than Kill the Wolf, right? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Kill the Wolf was now at the perfect extreme core realm, but his combat strength was no weaker than an ordinary first-stage core shattering warrior. If Lu Mingho really reached that level, Ling Xiao would have a headache. Black smoke surrounded Lu Mingho, and it almost completely covered him. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows, but he didn't do anything to stop it. Instead, he revealed a bloodthirsty smile. This guy was a madman. If the enemy was too weak, he wouldn't be able to stimulate him to break through. Therefore, he would rather his enemy become stronger. Right now, his cultivation was at the mid-heavenly core realm, and the energy in his cultivation ocean had just increased by 10%. But during the fight with Lu Mingho, the energy in his cultivation ocean was increasing at an incredible speed. If his opponent could become stronger, then his combat strength would become stronger as well. Not only his cultivation, even his body was getting stronger. The heart of the heavenly devil could strengthen his body to the peak of the Ninth Order Emperor realm. Just now, when his arm was cut off, a huge amount of energy from the heart of the heavenly devil had entered his body. He could feel that his body had been greatly strengthened. If that was the case, as long as he continued fighting with Lu Mingho, he would be able to evolve again. But as he got used to Lu Mingho's strength, the improvement would become smaller and smaller. That was why he wanted Lu Mingho to become stronger. Now Lu Mingho had started turning into a demon. His body and soul had been taken over by the evil water. His combat strength was getting stronger and stronger, and this was exactly what he wanted. Ha ha ha, this feels so good, so good. He could feel the energy seeping into his body from the evil water. Lu Mingho started laughing crazily. This guy had really gone mad, completely mad. His strength had increased, but every time his strength increased, he would lose some control over his body and soul. But to be honest, this feeling was really stressful. Watching Lu Mingho's body slowly turning black and finally merging into the evil water, he had turned into something like a sludge monster. It was really frightening, but this was not a sludge monster. This guy's aura had already reached the level of Dan Realm perfection. It had even surpassed Kill the Wolf. If he participated in the 3,000 Holy Cities ranking battle in this state, then Lu Mingho would definitely get an excellent ranking. It was a pity that this guy had already lost his personality. He only retained his hatred for Ling Xiao and the determination to kill Ling Xiao completely. Ling Xiao, die. The voice that seemed to come from the abyss was cold and bone-piercing. Lu Mingho finally launched another attack. Such an attack almost caught Ling Xiao off guard. The attack came from the ground, and the black sharp blade pierced straight at him. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye and was constantly monitoring his surroundings, so he was able to avoid this attack. Otherwise, he would have been injured again. This time, Lu Mingho's attack was faster, stronger, and more hidden than before. He felt that the power had increased by at least 10 times, and the speed had also doubled. The enhancement effect of the water of sin was really shocking, but the most difficult thing to deal with was the attack that was impossible to guard against. All of Lu Mingho's attacks seemed to be able to instantly turn into shadows and hide in the darkness. It could come from the ground, the wall, the sky, or any other place. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, it was basically hopeless. It was no wonder that Lu Mingho believed that he could kill Ling Xiao after swallowing the evil water. His confidence was probably based on the fact that he had seen someone do it before. Despair. Ling Xiao, suffer. Ling Xiao, you think I'm neither human nor ghost, but I can make you die in fear and pain. With that bit of remnant soul, that bit of anger, that bit of hatred. Lu Mingho's voice could still be heard. This was probably the last thing he could do. Chapter 4379. Lu Mingho still maintained a bit of remnant soul and consciousness. If he couldn't keep these, even if he killed Ling Xiao, he wouldn't know. How boring would that be? He kept attacking, and Ling Xiao could only keep dodging. He relied on his movement technique and speed to avoid facing Lu Mingho head-on. It seemed to be very passive, but Ling Xiao had been looking for an opportunity to kill his opponent in one blow. Fortunately, he had excellent speed. With the help of Tai Chi, coupled with his powerful soul force, he could even predict where the opponent's attack would come from in advance. At this moment, he could feel the potential in his body crazily outputting. Because he had to dodge the opponent's attack, the pressure was great. In order to protect Ling Xiao, the potential had to keep outputting. The energy in his cultivation C had already increased to 20%, and it was still increasing. At the same time, the heart of the heavenly demon was also constantly fusing and disintegrating, merging with Ling Xiao's body. The strength of the opponent could cause such an effect. It wasn't necessary for Ling Xiao to be injured. Of course, this was thanks to the existence of the heart of gold. Damn, hiding here and there like a mouse. Damn it. Lu Mingho went crazy. At that moment, the entire space suddenly turned into pitch-black sharp blades. Densely packed, they pierced towards Ling Xiao from every angle. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge. Chi. A total of 3 attacks directly hit Ling Xiao. They pierced through Ling Xiao's body. However, it was this opportunity. Ling Xiao caught it. The shadow of the falling plum appeared behind Lu Mingho's body. A sword light flashed, and Lu Mingho's head was directly cut off. Then another sword light flashed, and Lu Mingho's inner core shattered. No. Ling Xiao was surprised to find that there was only one inner core reaction in Lu Mingho's body. But at this time, there were more than 10 inner core reactions. This guy, not only that the head that was originally cut off grew back, and it even destroyed the shadow of the falling plum on the spot. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Good Lord, was this the magic of the water of sin? It was indeed terrifying. Kakik, from the moment my body turned into the water of sin, I had an immortal body. Unlike the immortal body of a divine core warrior, my body can instantly recover, and it won't consume any true essence. Have you lost all hope? Lu Mingho sneered and launched another attack. Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. It seemed like he had to use the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. With his current cultivation, it was still too strenuous for him to deal with a martial artist at the extreme core realm. Not only that, Lu Mingho's Water of Sin avatar was also very difficult to deal with. The position of the Naiden seemed to be able to change at will within the body. In order to truly kill him, he had to determine this location. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Boom. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao released his tyrannical martial spirit. Everything around him disappeared completely and turned into the appearance of Universe Tyrant. In the pitch-black world, only the stars in the distance shone faintly. Lu Mingho looked at all of this in shock. He knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so strong. After releasing his martial spirit, it was obvious that Lu Mingho's combat strength was on par with his. But so what? You're still no match for me. Lu Mingho continued attacking. Ling Xiao was still dodging. Although Lu Mingho was arrogant, he was right about one thing. If he couldn't find the location of Lu Mingho's Naiden, even if his combat strength was on par with his opponent, there was no way he could win. Strange runes were flickering within the Tai Chi eye. A crazy analysis was going on. While dodging, Ling Xiao was looking for a chance to counterattack, but no matter how many times he attacked, his opponent could instantly recover. In the end, he gave up on attacking. He put away the sword in his hand. Then he looked at his fist. Perhaps this was his last hope. Once the Tai Chi, I found the location of his opponent's Naiden. Only the cosmic divine fist could instantly shatter it. Or else, if it were any other attack, Lu Mingho's Naiden would instantly move to another location. It would make the analysis of the Tai Chi I go to waste. However, the cosmic divine fist still failed to achieve the effect he wanted. The attack power fluctuated between high and low, and there was no special effect that affected time. If this attack didn't achieve the expected effect, it would be troublesome. This was a gamble. Or should he really comprehend the profound meaning of the cosmic divine fist in this dangerous situation? Dai Ling Xiao! Suddenly, Lu Mingho's voice sounded again. Ling Xiao felt an intense pain in his body. Then, sharp thorns pierced out of his body. They pierced through his internal organs. They even pierced through his Naiden. What? Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. He clearly didn't see the other party's attack. Even the Tai Chi I didn't capture such a terrifying attack. But now he was seriously injured. Why? Even under such circumstances, Ling Xiao remained absolutely calm. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death. The key was that he had two special skills, life backtrack and rising from the ashes. He wasn't afraid of dying once, and he wasn't afraid of dying twice. But the key thing now was to figure out what kind of attack the other party had to suddenly injure him. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, I have to admire you. You actually didn't die. Your Naiden has been pierced. Lu Mingho laughed maniacally. Looking at Ling Xiao, who had fallen to the ground and couldn't stand up, he was extremely excited. But he didn't immediately finish him off. It was said that villains died from talking too much, but the problem was that if Lu Mingho didn't say what he wanted to say, he would suffocate to death. Why did he kill Ling Xiao? Wasn't it just to vent his anger? Ling Xiao, when you defeated me in the battle zone and took away my Ice Phoenix sword and python rope, you probably didn't expect to end up like this, right? That's right, I've become a monster. But at least the monster is still alive. But what about you? You will completely die here and bid farewell to this world. Do you feel wronged? That's right. Who asked you to offend a vengeful person like me? Don't you feel hopeless? Despair is the right thing to do. I love to see my opponent's expression of despair. Lu Mingho was rambling on and on, but Ling Xiao wasn't listening at this time. He, who was on the verge of death, used life backtrack. But the moment he used life backtrack, he seemed to see the flow of time. He saw the laws of time. Under the Taiji, his face was filled with surprise. In the end, the cosmic light divine fist and life backtrack were both things that affected time. They needed to change the laws of time. Under such circumstances, Ling Xiao's long confusion seemed to be completely solved. The complicated incantations in the Taiji I kept flickering, and the originally foggy front suddenly became bright. So that's how it is. This is the profound meaning of time, right? I understand. A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. His originally seriously injured body suddenly stood up from the ground, but he didn't launch a sneak attack. Instead, he looked at Lu Mingho's ferocious and surprised expression. Chapter 4380. Ling Xiao didn't launch a sneak attack right away, as it would be useless anyway. Next, he was going to use the cosmic divine fist to end the fight. How is this possible? Lu Mingho quickly backed off. Although he knew Jiang Chun couldn't hurt him, he still backed off instinctively. He stared at Ling Xiao with fear. He couldn't understand what was going on. Why is it impossible? You have an immortal body, why can't I? Ling Xiao laughed and said, Besides, it seems like my immortal body is better than yours. Not only can I recover, my combat strength has also been restored to its peak. Impossible. Impossible. You're just a heavenly core warrior. How can you have such a miraculous secret skill? This is impossible. Lu Mingho shook his head. He was crazy and confused. Once again, he launched the same attack that seriously injured Ling Xiao. He wanted to test if Ling Xiao really had an immortal body. But this time, his attack didn't have any effect. Why? Lu Mingho was shocked once again. Your attack just now was miraculous, but it's nothing special if I can see through it. It's just the water of evil turning into water vapor and entering my body. Then it will destroy me from the inside. I didn't know you had your way before, but do you think I can use the same trick twice? Ling Xiao sneered. As long as I don't let the water vapor enter my body, everything will be fine. Good, good. No wonder I feel like your eyes are a little strange. Maybe your eyes can see things that others can't. Lu Mingho wasn't stupid. He could sense that there was something wrong with Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eyes. But even if he could sense it now, it was meaningless. Fine, I'm afraid these attacks won't be able to kill you. But for the next attack, even if you have such a miraculous eye skill, even if you can see through it, it's useless. I'm not afraid to tell you this. I once cultivated a 10th grade Emperor Realm martial skill. Too bad, my cultivation base wasn't high enough, so I couldn't use it. But it's different now. With the help of the water of evil, not only can I use a 10th grade Emperor Realm martial skill, but I can also use a 10th grade Emperor Realm martial skill. I can also use a 10th grade Emperor Realm martial skill. Let's see how you block it. Relying on his father's power, Lu Mingho had once secretly cultivated a 10th level Emperor class martial skill. Not only did he fail, he even injured himself and was bedridden for more than a month. What a painful lesson. However, the situation was clearly different now. After obtaining the water of sin, he could finally fulfill his long-cherished wish. He displayed the set of martial skills that he had once cultivated. Ling Xiao frowned. Currently, his strongest attack was only the 5th layer of the 12 Divine Beasts technique. His power could reach the peak of the 9th Order Emperor realm, and this was under the effect of the Tyrant Martial Spirit. The heaven-covering palm imprint could reach the power of a 9th level Emperor grade martial skill. If the 23 Dragon Subduing Swords combo was successful, it would reach the peak of the 9th Order Emperor realm. Even if it was just a low-grade 10th Order Emperor realm martial skill, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to resist it. The water of sin was indeed terrifying. The Holy Sun, who was ranked 9th, had the terrifying strength of the top 6. This was truly astonishing. Space-shattering great rend. Suddenly, Lu Mingho took out the Black Ice Sword. The Black Ice Sword was suspended in midair. It actually vibrated crazily like a chainsaw. The most terrifying thing was that this wasn't the case. When it vibrated, the space was cut, and a strange scene could be seen. It was as if something from another space was released. Ling Xiao was shocked. This terrifying power could even cut through space. It was a real cut, not something that looked like a cut. How could Ling Xiao resist such a terrifying attack? Could it be that he had to rely on rising from the ashes again? But what could he do after rising from the ashes? Wouldn't he still be killed by this space-shattering great rend? A crisis struck. Ling Xiao felt that all the cells in his body were in a state of alert. Potential crazily seeped out. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 30%. The heavenly demon's heart was constantly integrated into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao had a feeling that the heavenly demon's black tortoise physique was about to advance again. However, whether it would advance or not depended on whether he could survive. The cosmic light divine fist was his only reliance. He didn't intend to use the great demon king, and even deliberately ignored it, because only in this way could his potential be completely stimulated. The cosmic light divine fist was a kind of magical martial skill. It was different from ordinary martial skills. Basic abilities would increase with the increase of strength. When Ling Xiao released the tyrant martial soul, the power of the cosmic light divine fist was already above the space-shattering great rend. But the problem was whether he could successfully use it, even though he had already grasped the mystery. But after all, he hadn't used it after that. There was still a distance between understanding and releasing it. The cosmic light, divine, fist against the space-shattering great rend. Who would win? Ling Xiao didn't know, and he didn't intend to know. He gently raised his right hand. Terrifying vital essence condensed on his right fist. The law of time echoed in his mind. The things that he had comprehended through life backtrack were being crazily injected into his soul. This punch couldn't move the entire river of time, but it could affect the flow of time within a certain range. It was as if he had dug a ditch and made the water of the river of time flow in the opposite direction. It was also as if he had used a water wheel to extract the water of the river of time. No one could really affect time, but it was definitely possible to affect the law of time in a certain area. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a smile, because he had completely understood. The cosmic light divine fist was just a small game of time. It wasn't as complicated as he had imagined. He had thought too much in the past, seeing that his attack was about to arrive. Lu Mingho smiled. Finally, he could kill Ling Xiao. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could be resurrected a second time. That didn't make much sense. Moreover, he believed in the power of his attack. It was a 10th level Emperor level martial skill. The scene and power it released were extremely shocking, and the guy opposite him was still standing there foolishly. Even if he had a more powerful attack, it would be too late, right? Suddenly, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a smile. It was filled with relief, satisfaction, and disdain. This person is really stupid. Lu Mingho couldn't understand at all. Under such circumstances, how could Ling Xiao still smile? Could it be that he knew that he was about to die, so he gave up? At this moment, he saw Ling Xiao's fist blasting out. This punch is nothing special. Although I feel that the power is almost close to the sky-shattering great split, it's meaningless. What can a hasty attack do? Lu Mingho was a little disdainful. However, in the next moment, something strange happened. Lu Mingho watched as his body gradually lost its vitality. His inner core was also shattered. He couldn't understand. He was completely dumbfounded. What happened? He had no idea. Chapter 43, 81. Lu Mingho had no idea what had just happened. Just a moment ago, Ling Xiao was still dozens of meters away, and he had just waved his fist. How did he appear in front of him in the next moment? And he was attacked. Even if it was teleportation, it couldn't be so fast. He should have been able to feel it. Boom. The sky-shattering great split also exploded at this time. However, it exploded hundreds of meters away. Countless beasts and puppets were blown to pieces. You can actually affect time. Lu Mingho suddenly understood. All the possibilities flashed through his mind. And this was what he believed to be the answer. But how could a person affect time? Was this possible? Facing Lu Mingho's question, Ling Xiao just smiled, faintly. The magic of the cosmic light divine fist was more terrifying than he imagined. After mastering that kind of law, he was a god for 3 seconds. Of course, there was a limit to what he could do in 3 seconds. If the Tai Chi eye hadn't captured the position of Lu Mingho's inner core in advance, no matter how powerful this attack was, it wouldn't be able to kill the other party. But there was no doubt that the feeling of controlling time was really good. The power of 3 seconds was condensed into the same moment. The power of the cosmic light divine fist had also increased by 3 times, reaching the power of a beginner 10th order emperor martial skill. This was only because Ling Zhao's cultivation was not enough. If his cultivation improved a little more, if his strength became a little stronger, such an attack would be even more terrifying. You can go in peace. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Mingho, who was gradually turning into a pool of dirty water in front of him, and said indifferently. Lu Mingho didn't say anything else. In fact, the moment he learned that Ling Xiao could control the law of time, he was already in complete despair. He tried his best to get the water of sin, even at the expense of turning himself into a terrifying monster. In the end, it was still in vain. He had no faith in living. He died in despair. Ling Xiao picked up the black ice sword from the ground and put it into the Dongsheng Emperor ring. At this point, he had already obtained 9 divine, heavenly emperor-level swords. Some were snatched. There were also those who directly took the items from the exchange tower after gaining control of it. He was, after all, the great sacred master of the Battle Alliance. He had more than 1,500 holy cities under him. What would happen if he didn't have this privilege? Unfortunately, he was still short of one. The 10 Swords Talisman was still temporarily unusable. The power of the 10 Swords Talisman was extremely terrifying. If it was a celestial grade, heavenly king artifact, its power could reach the peak of 9th level emperor grade martial skill. If there were 10 divine grade, heavenly king artifacts, it would be comparable to a 10th order emperor grade martial skill. Furthermore, this was a talisman. It wouldn't affect other attacks. Everything in the surroundings fell into silence. The messy space also gradually recovered. After all, this cultivation area was set up by a set of array systems. The demonic beasts, puppets, and even plants inside would respawn after a certain period of time. However, it would consume spirit stones. Silently looking at his fist, Ling Xiao smiled. The might of the cosmic fist was far more terrifying than he'd imagined. Not only was its power terrifying, but its effects were also heaven-defying. In terms of power, the 12 Divine Beasts art could reach the peak of 10th Order Emperor grade. However, not only did the Cosmic Fist have the same power, but it also had the special effect of time. The Void-Shattering Finger has the special effect of space. It shouldn't be any weaker than the Cosmic Fist. Next, it's time to comprehend the Void-Shattering Finger. After mastering the Cosmic Fist, Ling Xiao planned to familiarize himself with it for a period of time. Next, he would work hard to cultivate the Void-Shattering Finger. With these 2 divine abilities and martial skills, in addition to the 12 Divine Beasts art, he wouldn't lose to anyone in the Divine Core realm in terms of martial skills. Disciple, Master thinks that you should make a trip to the chaotic sand ocean first. Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly rang out. Why? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Look, all the clues are telling you that the chaotic sand ocean might contain the remnant soul of the undying god and the body of the undying god. If you obtain these 2 things, I'm afraid the increase in your strength will far surpass the increase you'll get if you join the Golden City. Master's suggestion. After the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities, you can go to the chaotic sand ocean. If you're weak, you'll still be bullied after joining the Golden City. However, if you become stronger, your status after joining the Golden City will naturally be different. It won't be so tough. Yuan Venerate explained. Master, you're right. Yuan Venerate's words had struck a chord with Ling Zhao's heart. He joined the Golden City to increase his strength. Going to the chaotic sand ocean was also to increase his strength. In fact, there wasn't much of a difference. It didn't seem wrong to choose the one that could help him increase his strength faster. Increasing his strength was an urgent matter. Even if he didn't take Qi Shao seriously, Sacred Lord Scarlet's son, the Law Lord, and even those experts in the Eternal Emperor domain. Right now, he could drown to death with just a spit of saliva. Relying on the Great Devil King wasn't a long-term solution. The Great Devil King was only something that could guarantee his life for now. If he wanted to go to the Eternal Emperor domain openly to look for Yufanghua and be together with the Moon Maiden, his strength would have to be at least the strongest in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Strength. Indeed, he couldn't relax for even a moment. Next, Ling Xiao spent another day cultivating the void-shattering finger. With the cosmic light divine fist as an example, comprehending the void-shattering finger became easier. At the end of the first day, he had already succeeded in cultivating the void-shattering finger. However, the void-shattering finger was different from the cosmic light divine fist. The cosmic light divine fist only had 1 level. Perhaps there would be some changes as Ling Xiao's cultivation increased. However, there was only 1 level at the moment. The void-shattering finger actually had 3 levels. First level, transcend the void. Simply put, the void-shattering finger could attack regardless of spatial distance. Unless the enemy predicted it in advance, they wouldn't be able to block it at all. Second level, shatter the void. Simply put, after the void-shattering finger was used, it could completely shatter the void within a 3-meter radius, including the enemy. Third level, create the void. This level was amazing. In addition to the effects of the first 2 levels, it could even create a new void. Many creative attacks against the void-shattering finger were derived. For example, the power of the void-shattering finger could be completely concentrated in a small space. However, the enemy wouldn't know. After a period of time, it would all explode and be released at the same time. How could the enemy block it? Of course, the only thing Ling Xiao could do now was to transcend the void. Even so, it could already become one of his killing moves. Its effect was comparable to the cosmic light divine fist. However, its power was stronger than the cosmic light divine fist. This was probably because the Sun Divine Beast Spirit was a complete beast god martial spirit. After successfully cultivating the cosmic light divine fist, after cultivating the void-shattering finger to the first level, Ling Xiao left the cultivation area. There were only a few days left before the 3,000 Holy Cities ranking battle. Ling Xiao didn't have much to do in the cultivation area. Chapter 4382. Ling Xiao planned to look for the crystal cores of the 12 divine beasts technique. The crystal cores of the beasts had to be at least in the ultimate core realm. Of course, it would be better if it was a crystal core of the shattered core realm. This would also increase the power of the 12 divine beasts technique by a lot. Ling Xiao did not know that Black Fong, who was crippled by him, had been resurrected and was cultivating crazily in the sacred city of Sin. But even if he knew, it should not matter. At this time, outside the cultivation area, Gao Shun was anxiously pacing back and forth. He had been waiting here for 2 days and 2 nights. Lu Mingho had not left the cultivation area since he entered. As one of the 10 holy sons, Gao Shun and Lu Mingho had a very good relationship. Who is the holy son Gao Shun waiting for? The passers-by were a little surprised. It would not be strange if he was just waiting for a while, but he had waited for 2 days and 2 nights. This was not simple. The holy son, Gao Shun, and the holy son, Lu Mingho, have a close relationship. Lu Mingho entered the cultivation area 2 days ago. He is probably waiting for him. Lu Mingho used to disdain cultivating in the cultivation area, but since he lost to the great sacred leader, Ling Xiao, he worked hard. That's not right. That's not right. If Lu Mingho was cultivating inside, Gao Shen wouldn't have to wait. Could it be that he went in to find the great sacred leader? Yes, you can kill in the cultivation area. Oh no, I'm afraid the great sacred leader is in danger. Danger my ass. If the great sacred leader can defeat Lu Mingho once, he can do it again. Hearing these people's discussion, Gao Shen curled his lips. These people did not know that Lu Mingho had even swallowed the water of sin in order to kill Ling Xiao. This time, even if Ling Xiao had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to come out alive. He had been guarding here the entire time, but he did not see any of the great Devil King, Forefather Crimson Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, or Zhao Fengyun enter the cultivation area. In other words, Ling Xiao had no one to help him. Once he encountered Lu Mingho, who had swallowed the water of sin, Lu Mingho would have died. In that case, there was basically no hope of surviving. Gao Shen knew Lu Mingho the best, and he was also very clear about the terror of the water of sin. It was because of this that he came to such a conclusion. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the cultivation area. Gao Shen raised his head and took a look. Suddenly, he screamed as if he had seen a ghost. How could this be? The one who came out was actually Ling Xiao. Could it be that he actually didn't run into Lu Mingho? Gao Shen looked at Ling Xiao and let his imagination run wild. Ling Xiao also saw Gao Shen and suddenly smiled. Are you also here to kill me? Hearing this, Gao Shen was stunned. For Ling Xiao to say this, it was enough to show that he had met Lu Mingho. Where's Lu Mingho? Gao Shen asked. Dead. Ling Xiao said indifferently. It was as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Then he raised his voice and said to everyone, the 9th of the 10 Holy Sun, Lu Mingho, he tried to assassinate me in the cultivation area. I killed him instead. Naturally, the reason he brought this up was to raise his prestige. He was very clear that many people were not convinced by him as the great sacred master. They all felt that he had benefited from Crimson Flame and the others. That was why he had to do this. If he wanted the people of the Battle Alliance to be completely convinced, he had to do something that would convince them. Killing the Holy Sun was a start. The great sacred master is indeed powerful. Lu Mingho is courting death. Why did you provoke the great sacred master? For no reason. Hearing this, the people outside the cultivation area shook their heads. Everyone knew that the great sacred master Ling Xiao was now the most popular person in the 3,000 sacred cities. You really want to kill him? Gao Shen could not believe it. Why don't you try it yourself? Ling Xiao smiled. Forget it. Gao Shen shook his head with a wry smile and turned to leave. Lu Mingho, who had swallowed the water of sin, was unable to kill Ling Xiao. If he tried to kill him now, he would be courting death. Ling Xiao did not stop Gao Shen. He wouldn't kill a person for no reason. Of course, if Gao Shen wanted to die, then he couldn't be blamed. After leaving the divine martial sacred city, Ling Xiao went to the exchange tower. He wanted to see if there were any beast cores above the peak of the ultimate core state. The exchange tower was the backyard of the Battle Alliance. As long as they continued to pay tribute to the City of Gold, the City of Gold would not care about this. They did not care. Young Master is here. Green Lotus Swordswoman was reading a book. When she heard Ling Xiao's arrival, she hurried out to greet him. Sister Green Lotus, have you found what I'm looking for? Ling Xiao asked. How could I neglect the task that the young master asked me to do? I found 2. They are beast cores at the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm. One is the black demon snake of death, and the other is the ghost rabbit of hell. Green Lotus Swordswoman handed the two beast cores to Ling Xiao. Holding them in his hand, Ling Xiao could feel the terrifying power contained within. These two beast cores will not only help me cultivate the 12 divine beast technique, but also increase the power of my two beast god martial spirits to the core fragmentation realm. The Hell Rabbit will evolve into the Ghost Rabbit of Hell. The Hell Nine-Headed Snake will evolve into the Black Demon Snake of Death. Ling Xiao said excitedly as he merged the soul power of the two beast cores into his two beast god martial spirits. After finishing, although there were still two special skills, there was no increase. But obviously, their power had increased a lot. That was enough. Thank you, Sister Green Lotus. Ling Xiao said excitedly. No need to thank me. We're family. By the way, how's your cultivation in the cultivation area? Green Lotus Swordswoman asked with a smile. It's okay. The wonders of the universal divine fist and the void-shattering finger are beyond my imagination. Ling Xiao smiled and was very excited. Since that's the case, I have something to tell you. I didn't plan to let you go. Green Lotus Swordswoman suddenly said, What is it? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Could it be that something special had happened during the few days he had been cultivating? It's like this. Didn't you ruin the reputation of the commandment sacred city? So the City of Gold sent a few experts to preside over the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. They will stay in the commandment sacred city. When the time comes, all the sacred cities will send people to welcome them and attend the banquet. Our fighting Soul Sacred City is no exception. Originally, we planned to let Sacred Lord Jiangnan go, but that expert specifically asked you to go. Green Lotus Swordswoman answered. There will be many experts at the banquet, right? Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. Of course. The 10 Holy Sun will probably show up. Some other hidden experts will also show up. Green Lotus Swordswoman nodded and said, Also, as far as I know, this expert is a divine body echelon cultivator. In the City of Gold, he is known as the Beast Taming General. He might have the demonic beast cores that you want in his hands. If the conditions allow, you can make a deal with him. In short, in my opinion, you have to go this time. If you go, you'll get a lot of benefits. Of course, it'll be very dangerous. But you've already mastered the universal divine fist and the void-shattering finger. This kind of trouble is nothing. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read. Chapter 43, 83. Looks like I have to go to this banquet. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with excitement. Then I'll ask Qihua and old Zhao to get ready to go with you. Sword Lady Green Lotus said. No, there's no need for that. I'll go this time. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I'll go alone. If there's any trouble, I can get away in time. Besides, Ancestor Qihua and General Zhao are supervising the cultivators of Fighting Soul Sacred City. They don't have time for that. Fine, but I have to remind the young master. This time, the Commandment Sacred City and Scarlet Sun Sacred City would definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble. You have to be careful. Now you're a thorn in their side. Because of the arrival of the Beast Taming General, they don't dare to go too far. However, if the younger generation were to challenge you in public or provoke you, they would definitely do so. After all, this is the mystic world, a mystic world that respects martial arts. It's also a habit of the mystic world to solve problems with martial arts. Sword Lady Green Lotus reminded. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Actually, I can't wait for them to fight. I've just mastered the cosmic light fist and void-shattering finger. I really want to find someone to spar with, and my demonic black tortoise body is about to break through. It'll be very beneficial for the future ranking battle generals of the 3,000 sacred cities. Sword Lady Green Lotus smiled and said, Of course, I'm not worried about you. But come to think of it, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. If there's any life-threatening trouble, just run. It's not shameful. Running for my life is my specialty. Ling Xiao smiled. He wouldn't do something that would risk his life. If he encountered something he could deal with, he would. But if he encountered something he couldn't beat, he would avoid it. He wasn't a one-track-minded fool. He left as soon as he said he would. Ling Xiao took the invitation and immediately went to Commandment Sacred City through Divine Marshal Sacred City's teleportation array. He didn't expect to meet Kill the Wolf, Sacred Lord Bailei, and Jiang Nan as soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array. Jiang Nan was a sacred lord, so he had to go. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the beast-taming general. The more powerful and influential a person was, the more they cared about their reputation. Although the Battle Alliance was already very powerful in the 3,000 holy cities, the Battle Alliance was still very strong. However, he still couldn't offend the people from the City of Gold. There was no need to offend him. "I've been waiting for you." "Kill," the wolf laughed. "How did you know I was coming?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "With your temperament, how could you not join in the fun for this kind of thing? By the way, let me tell you something. Black Fong seems to have recovered. I just saw him enter the Sacred Commandment City." Kill the Wolf said. Originally, Black Fong planned to reveal himself during the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities. However, the arrival of the Beast Tamer General changed his mind. For this kind of thing, he had to show up. They would make things difficult for him. If he could gain the favor of the Beast Tamer General, it would be much easier for him to enter the Golden City in the future. Black Fong? He's just a clown. There's nothing to worry about. But when will the banquet begin? Ling Xiao asked. The banquet will begin tomorrow. Let's go. I'll bring you around the Sacred Commandment City. You were too busy being angry the last time and didn't have time to walk around. The Sacred Commandment City is more prosperous than any other holy city. Especially this time, the experts from the City of Gold are staying here. Many of the merchants who had fled have returned. It's even more lively than before. Since he had nothing to do, Ling Xiao naturally had no objections. After all, the Sacred Commandment City was also a place for him to search for treasures. After cultivating for a few days, it was fine to relax a little. The few of them walked along the busiest street of the Sacred Commandment City. From the moment he entered the city, Ling Xiao felt that he was being watched. However, these people weren't that strong, and they didn't seem to have the intention to make a move. He didn't know what they were planning. He continued to walk around and couldn't be bothered. After all, this was the Sacred Commandment City, and there were experts from the City of Gold. It was better not to cause trouble. Far away, in a restaurant, the first Law Lord looked coldly at Ling Xiao and the others on the street. He said to the person beside him, "We can start the plan. This kid likes to collect swords, precious herbs, and powerful monster cores. Let the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion open the arena. Also, remember, it must be a life and death arena. Those who go on stage have to sign a life and death agreement. Only then can there be a way to kill that kid openly and not be blamed by the beast-taming general. Lord Law Lord, don't worry. This matter will be done beautifully." The person left. The first Law Lord sneered and said, "Greed will always make people lose their minds. Ling Xiao, since you dare to come to the Sacred Commandment City, you won't be able to leave alive." At this time, Ling Xiao on the street didn't know that he had been schemed against. But even if he knew, what could he do? Would he be afraid of such a small scheme? The few of them walked on the street. Suddenly, there was a noise in front of them. "Where is that?" Ling Xiao asked. 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. Kill the Wolf looked and smiled. This Thousand Treasure Pavilion is a shop in the Sacred Commandment City that sells rare treasures. It was probably something good again, so they set up the treasure snatching arena. Treasure snatching arena? Ling Xiao was a little curious. He had heard of the marriage contest, but this kind of treasure snatching arena was really rare. That's right. As long as you successfully snatch the treasure, those things can be given away for free. Otherwise, even if you spend countless spirit stones, you can forget about getting it. Kill the Wolf explained. The Thousand Treasure Pavilion relies on this kind of arena to attract customers. Every time the treasure snatching arena opens, the business of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion will continue to improve for a period of time. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Let's go and take a look." Brother Ling, I have no objections. But if Brother Ling wants to go on stage, you have to be careful. This treasure-snatching arena is usually a life and death battle. Before going on stage, you have to sign a life and death agreement. In this way, the Sacred Commandment City won't interfere, and neither will the City of Gold. Life and death are up to the heavens. No one is allowed to pick a fight. Kill the Wolf reminded. It's more exciting than the divine Martial Sacred City's battle zone. Then I have to go and take a look. Ling Xiao smiled. The more exciting the battle was, the more it would help him improve his strength. One had to know that his demonic black martial body was very close to a breakthrough. The reason he came to the Sacred Commandment City to participate in the banquet was to find an expert to spar with. Otherwise, it would be so boring. First Sacred Master, you're truly a bold person. There are many people who want to take your life right now. Especially in the Sacred Commandment City, you probably have more enemies than friends. You have to be careful. Saint Master, by lay reminded. That's right, great Saint Master. Watching is one thing, but in the Sacred Commandment City, it's better not to use force so as to avoid falling into other people's traps. It'll be bad if you fall into a trap. Jiang Nen also said, please remember the domain name of this book. Read. Chapter 4384. Ling Xiao smiled. How could he not know that these people were trying to set him up? However, if he saw something he liked and did not dare to make a move, he would be too cowardly. Moreover, he had never been afraid of anything. It would be funny if he was scared out of his wits just because of a little threat. Of course, he would not participate in a battle that did not benefit him. At this time, the area around the treasure-snatching ring was already crowded with people. It seemed that the Thousand Treasures Pavilion in Commandment City was no less lively than the business district in divine Martial Sacred City. Ling Xiao and the others were standing far away and could not see the situation clearly, so they squeezed their way in with their cultivation bases. It was easy for them to squeeze in. Although some people were unhappy, they did not dare to say anything when they saw that it was Ling Xiao. The current Ling Xiao was definitely a celebrity in the 3,000 holy cities. He was the first sacred lord of the Battle Alliance. Even Scarlet Sun Sacred City and Commandment Sacred City were pressured to the point of suffocation. He had also defeated 2 Holy Sun in a row. Of course, he was famous. Unless they were deliberately looking for trouble, not many people would dare to provoke him casually. The Thousand Treasures Pavilion was a good place to do business. The roads were connected in all directions, and it was located at a crossroads. The arena was in front of the Thousand Treasures Pavilion's door. There was a square in front of the door. The arena was set up in a circular shape, and there was a formation on it. First, it was to protect the arena. Second, it was to protect the spectators. The diameter of the arena was not small. It was at least 100 meters. At this time, 2 people were fighting in the arena. Both of them were strong men, but their cultivation bases were not high. They were only in the earth core realm. Both of them stood there, their eyes filled with nervousness and vigilance. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Some people were urging them to make a move. Some people were cheering. Some were talking excitedly. In fact, this was not what Ling Xiao was concerned about. Ling Xiao was most concerned about the prize in the treasure-snatching ring, a 9th-level core fragmentation, realm demon crystal core. Moreover, it was a 6-eared diamond ape that could increase the strength of his beast soul and help him cultivate the 12 divine beasts technique. Other than that, there were also 2 precious medicinal herbs that attracted his attention. Apart from that, there was also a divine grade, Heavenly King artifact sword. It was also something that he lacked. Ling Xiao absolutely did not think that this was a coincidence. Someone must have done it on purpose. It seemed that Jiang Nan and the others' worries were not unfounded. Someone had purposely lured him here in order to let him step onto the stage and then kill him. He could kill them openly without any consequences. Interesting. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Interesting? I say, young master, what's so interesting about a battle between Earth Core warriors? Jiang Nan asked curiously. Ling Xiao laughed. I'm just saying that the prizes are interesting. They're obviously trying to lure me onto the stage. 1 type wasn't enough, so he made 3 types, all of which are what I want. What? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, kill the wolf, Jiang Nan, and Saint Lord Bailei immediately realized that this was a trap. Don't be so nervous. Since they've set a trap, what's wrong with me falling into it? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. At that moment, the 2 people on the stage had already started fighting. Although their current cultivation levels were not worth mentioning in Ling Xiao's eyes, the battle was still quite exciting. In fact, the weaker a warrior was, the better they were at fighting with skills. After all, if they lacked combat strength, they could make up for it with skills. It was different from a battle between experts, where the winner could be decided in 1 move. This kind of battle had always been a back-and-forth battle. It was really exciting to watch. The people around the stage cheered, and the scene was very lively. The battle went on for 40 rounds, and in the end, one of them won with a subtle technique. He knocked the other out of the stage. The crowd below cheered and congratulated the warrior, who won. Of course, the loser was basically forgotten. Great, Warrior Lu has won the first round. If he wins 2 more rounds, he will get the 3rd prize, which is 10,000 upper spiritual stones. Do you plan to get off the stage after receiving the prize? Or do you want to continue? The MC walked out and asked loudly, "Continue." Warrior Lu was naturally not greedy for the 10,000 upper spiritual stones. As long as he won another round, he would get 10 times the reward. Great, which warrior below the stage wants to come up for a challenge? The MC looked down and deliberately looked in the direction of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and was about to go up the stage. According to the rules of the battle, he only needed to win 9 rounds in a row to get the 3 prizes that he wanted. The person on the stage was giving him a victory. "Oh, may I know your name?" The MC knew Ling Xiao's identity, but he pretended not to know. It was quite funny. "Ling." Ling Xiao said lightly. "Great, then this battle will be between Warrior Lu and Warrior Ling," the MC said loudly. "Can I choose to leave after receiving the prize?" Warrior Lu, who was in the stage, asked with a sad face. Originally, he wanted to win 2 rounds and then leave. However, he did not expect to meet Ling Xiao. The great master was in the limelight now. Whoever wanted to fight with him would be depressed. "No," the MC said lightly. "All right then." Warrior Lu gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. Although the great master was rumored to be very powerful, not many people had seen him in person. However, the 3 elites behind Ling Xiao were more eye-catching. I'm sorry, great master. Warrior Lu pounced on Lin Fan, planning to make the first move. However, when he was about to reach Ling Xiao, he suddenly saw a hand appear in front of him. Before he could react, he was grabbed by Ling Xiao and felt powerless. He was thrown out of the stage. Now that he was dealing with an Earth Core realm warrior, Ling Xiao was naturally very relaxed. Who else wants to come? Ling Xiao looked down and said with a smile. He could feel that many elites had already gathered below the stage. These people were obviously here for him. How could he bear to let them wait in vain? Since they wanted to come, he would fight. I'll do it! A voice rang out, and a man in blue rushed up from below the stage. Oh, isn't that the disciplinary knight, Zhang Han? Yes, that's him. I heard that he's in the early stage of the ultimate core realm and has an ice martial soul. His attacks contain a terrifying chill that can freeze a person's body. This time, Ling Xiao is in trouble. That's right, a disciplined knight is no joke. Hearing the discussion below the stage, Ling Xiao smiled. They're really here. The disciplinary knight is already here, completely excluding the Dharma apostles. It was obvious that the disciplinary sacred city was determined to defeat him or even kill him here. At this moment, in a corner of the stage, a man and a woman were standing there. They were very special because they were both Holy Sun. Chapter 43, 85. Within the crowd, two Holy Sons were standing together. The man was the 8th-ranked Holy Sun, Gao Shen. The woman was the 7th-ranked Holy Sun, Dongbo Xiuyu. Miss Xiuyu, this man is that Ling Xiao. He is the one who defeated Black Fong and killed Lu Mingho. He has brought shame to the 10 Holy Sun. Gao Shen said in an indifferent tone. Oh. Xiuyu looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but laugh. This man is just a mid-heavenly core warrior. Are you sure he can do this? Miss Xiuyu, you might not know this, but when you were in secluded cultivation, he caused quite a stir. He had caused a lot of trouble, and his name had spread throughout the 3,000 holy cities. Even the Scarlet Sun Holy City and Commandment Holy City were forced into a corner by him. Gao Shen said with a smile. The reason why he said this was because he wanted to kill Ling Xiao and avenge his good friend Lu Mingho. He wasn't confident, and that was why he asked Xiuyu for help. Xiuyu was an arrogant woman. She disliked those warriors who climbed up from the bottom. Therefore, Gao Shen was confident that Xiuyu would help him. Is that so? Let's wait and see. Xiuyu said with a smile. She couldn't believe that a mere mid-heavenly core warrior was able to cause such a disturbance in the 3,000 saint city. And he even killed Lu Mingho, and it was Lu Mingho who had swallowed the water of evil. On the arena, Ling Xiao and Zhang Han were standing face to face. A distance of 100 meters wasn't really long. For a divine core warrior, this distance could be covered in an instant. You are that daring Ling Xiao? Zhang Han's weapon was a pair of gloves made from a special material. The gloves were blue in color. There were even runes engraved on them. Obviously, it was to make better use of his martial soul, ice. Yes, Ling Xiao said in an indifferent tone. While speaking, he took out the Ice Phoenix sword. Although the Ice Phoenix sword was more than enough to deal with a martial practitioner of this level, there was no need to use the Eastern Victory Heaven Sword or the Eastern Victory Demon Sword. There was naturally a reason why he had chosen the Ice Phoenix sword. It was so that he could use the method his opponent was most proficient in to defeat him. Therefore, the moment he took out the Ice Phoenix sword, he also entered the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul transformation state. The surrounding air instantly turned icy cold. You actually dare to compete with me in terms of cold chi. All right, then I'll let you die right now. Both sides had signed a life and death contract before going on stage. Therefore, Even if Zhang Han killed Ling Xiao, it would not matter. The Battle Alliance didn't have the qualifications to seek revenge from him. Otherwise, the Golden City would intervene. In the next moment, Zhang Han moved. He stepped on the stage, and a terrifying aura burst out. Then, he rushed forward and appeared in front of Ling Xiao. His fists, which were wrapped in an astonishing cold air, suddenly blasted out. The powerful true essence caused the surrounding space to change dramatically. It was as if the world had returned to the Ice Age. The martial artists around the ring were all frozen until they were trembling all over. "Everyone, back off. Stay away from him." The host hurriedly shouted. Compared to the previous battle, this battle was different. If they were too close to the ring, they would definitely suffer. Just as everyone was retreating, the sound of a sword rang out. Everyone only saw an ice phoenix flying out of Ling Xiao's sword. In the next moment, Zhang Han was sent flying. He fell to the ground in a bloody mess. His opponent wanted to kill Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao would not show mercy at all. After all, there was no need to take responsibility for killing someone in this ring. Disciplinary night. You're just S.O. Ling Xiao sheathed his sword and transformed back into his original form at the same time. He looked coldly at the disciplinary knight on the ground and smiled. The pitiful disciplinary knight, who was in the early stage of the ultimate stage of Dan, was defeated by Ling Xiao in one move before he could even get close to Ling Xiao. This was beyond the expectations of most people. How could this be? I clearly saw how he was going to attack, but I couldn't block it. Furthermore, how could my ice chi lose to his? Zhang Han's flesh was shattered, but his inner core was still intact, so he was not dead. But he was clearly dispirited at this moment. Below the ring, Xiu Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a strong fighting spirit appeared in his pupils. Gao Shen smiled to the side. He knew that Xiu Yu would not miss out on such a powerful opponent. On the ring, the host walked to Ling Xiao's side, then looked below the ring and said, "Who else wants to challenge this hero, Ling? If not, then all the prizes will go to him." "I'll do it." Another person stood up and jumped onto the ring. This person was dressed in black, and his sword intent soared to the heavens. He did not have a sword in his hand, but his sword intent was very powerful. It could be seen that he cultivated some special sword technique. For example, the six-pulse deity sword. Another disciplinary knight, and an early stage of the ultimate stage of Dan. Is he preparing for a tag team battle? The people below the ring were all too familiar with the disciplinary knights. The 72 ascetic knights often showed themselves. This person stood on the ring, not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked coldly at Ling Xiao, and his sword martial spirit appeared behind him. His hands were filled with a dense sword aura. He was looking for Ling Xiao's flaws. This was because he felt that Zhang Han's failure was purely due to his recklessness. Ling Xiao smiled. "I can't waste time like this. If you want flaws, I'll give them to you." Thinking of this, he chose to take the initiative to attack, revealing 3 flaws in an instant. There's a flaw. The disciplinary knight thought that he had succeeded. He suddenly raised his hands, and 2 sword auras shot out from his wounds. Like a poisonous snake, they stabbed at Ling Xiao from a very strange angle. And they were aimed at Ling Xiao's 3 flaws. If Ling Xiao only had 1 flaw, he would think that it was purposely exposed for him to see. But with 3 flaws, that was definitely not the case. But just as his sword aura shot out, Ling Xiao's figure disappeared from where he stood. By the time he reacted, a sword had already pierced through his throat. Although these people didn't deserve death, they had to be taught a lesson. Using the falling plum clear shadow step, he easily dodged the opponent's attack and then pierced through his throat. With a kick, he flew out of the ring. The disciplinary knight's face was extremely pale. He thought that his opponent was reckless and underestimated him. But after truly fighting with Ling Xiao, he realized that the gap between him and Ling Xiao was too big. That battle just now wasn't a coincidence. Xiaoyu laughed. Her laughter was filled with dense excitement. To her, a powerful opponent was something that could only be encountered by chance. Today, she was really lucky to meet one. TSK, Great Sacred Master is indeed powerful. Sacred Master White Thunder couldn't help but praise. An early-stage disciplinary knight of the extreme stage of Dan couldn't even fight back in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3 consecutive victories. Early stage, extreme stage of Dan, don't fight. An order was secretly sent down. The disciplinary knights who were at the early stage of the ultimate stage of Pellet were unwilling, but none of them stepped forward. Lady Xiaoyu, I'll throw a brick to attract Jade. Gao Xin knew that if he didn't fight, Xiaoyu wouldn't be willing to fight either. So he decided to fight. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read. Chapter 4386. Even though this treasure-seizing arena battle had signed a life and death contract, but it didn't necessarily mean it would be a life and death battle. Gao Xin knew he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, but weakening Ling Xiao and creating an opportunity for Xiaoyu was still possible. Xiaoyu nodded. An early-stage extreme realm of core, martial artist obviously couldn't prove anything. But if Gao Xin fought and lost, then it would be interesting. At that time, she would naturally make a move. Gao Xin finally can't hold it in anymore. A middle-aged martial artist in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion smiled faintly. If someone saw him, they would definitely recognize him. He was the pavilion master of this Myriad Treasure Pavilion. His strength was probably stronger than Xiaoyu's. With Gao Xin making a move, Ling Xiao's winning streak should end. Someone beside him said, "After all, Gao Xin is ranked 8th among the 10 Holy Sun, and he can also fight beyond his level, much stronger than ordinary middle-stage extreme realm of core martial artists. This time, I'm afraid Ling Xiao is in for it." If the pavilion master knew that Ling Xiao killed Lu Mingho by swallowing the water of sin, he probably wouldn't think so. Gao Xin stood on the arena, looking at Ling Xiao. His weapons were 2 sabers. The long saber was unsheathed. The saber martial spirit appeared behind him. Originally, this battle should have been left for the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities. But since I see you today, I can't not make a move. You want to avenge Lu Mingho? Ling Xiao said indifferently. You can say so, Gao Xin said, but you're not my opponent. Ling Xiao shook his head. Whether I am or not, we'll have to fight first. Gao Xin said coldly, I don't plan to admit defeat before the battle. How about this? You and I have no enmity. If you win this battle, I'll kill myself. But if you lose, you'll become my subordinate. How about it? Ling Xiao knew that Gao Xin did not have any backing. The reason why he had a good relationship with Lu Mingho was because Lu Mingho had helped him before, although that kind of help was more like exploitation. However, Gao Xin was a righteous person, so he still planned to repay the favor. Ling Xiao felt that it would be a pity to kill such a person. It would be better to take him in as one of his subordinates. Moreover, this kind of person wouldn't go back on his word once he made a promise. There was no need to worry about the consequences. If you can survive, I will join the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Gao Xun's words had a hidden meaning. He knew that he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. However, this was only the 4th match. If Ling Xiao was determined to get those prizes, then he would have to give up. In that case, there were 5 more battles to be fought. The Commandment Sacred City would definitely send someone even more powerful. With Ling Xiao's personality, his chances of survival were extremely low. How could Ling Xiao not know what he was thinking? However, Ling Xiao made use of his thoughts to set up the bet. It was to let Gao Shun join the Fighting Soul Sacred City. He had to get a talent. Fight. Gao Shun didn't waste any more words. He used both sabers at the same time. The saber technique he used was called the Snow Mountain Saber Technique. This saber technique was bold and domineering. Moreover, the battle with Zhang Han was already filled with a cold aura. With one slash, the air would instantly condense and ice flowers would fall. The crazy and bloodthirsty saber chi was hidden in the cold air. It was impossible to guard against. It started to snow heavily in the arena. Wherever the snow fell, saber chi would appear. Ling Xiao once again entered the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul transformation. He held the Ice Phoenix sword in his hand and looked indifferent. Clanging sounds could be heard one after another. Facing the saber chi that filled the sky, Ling Xiao felt no pressure at all. When he used the 23 dragon-subduing swords, almost all the saber chi was easily blocked. Not only that, even the snowflakes that filled the sky seemed to be controlled by him. They rushed toward Gao Shun with the cold wind. Everyone found that the snowflakes gathered together and turned into a huge ice phoenix. It looked so beautiful, but it was also so dangerous. The strong wind that blew around the ice phoenix was terrifying. Oh no! In the face of the attack, Gao Shun's face was a little ugly. He slashed wildly with the two sabers in his hand. At the same time, he kept retreating to weaken Ling Xiao's attack. Mega Avalanche! In the process of retreating, Gao Shun roared. The two sabers in his hand turned into an avalanche of fighting intent, rolling up the snowflakes in the sky. It erupted with a destructive power. It wanted to tear the Ice Phoenix apart. Bang! When the two attacks collided, a terrifying crack actually appeared on the stage. One had to know that the arena was made of special materials. It was damaged to this extent. It was enough to show how powerful the attacks of the two were. A cold smile appeared on Gao Shun's face. Maybe I can win. This was because Ling Xiao was not as powerful as he had imagined. Maybe he had overestimated Ling Xiao before. At this time, he was like a figure in the wind and snow. It was impossible to see him clearly. After a few flashes, he had already arrived at Ling Xiao's side. Your movement technique is not bad, but it's a pity that you chose the wrong opponent. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded, scaring Gao Shun so much that he suddenly brandished his saber to block. At this time, a sword light had already stabbed out from the wind and snow. It was a very simple stab, but it contained extremely high skill. Gao Shun's reaction was fast, but its power was naturally not as good as Ling Xiao's. He was repelled by this blow and almost fell off the arena. Gao Shun's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. I actually thought it was possible to win. What a joke! Gao Shun smiled bitterly in his heart. He now understood that Ling Xiao had not used his true ability from the beginning to the end. When fighting with him, he had been hiding his strength. Well, in a few days, it would be the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities, who would reveal their true strength at this point in time. Let's try that move. Gao Shun clenched his teeth. If he still couldn't win with his trump card, then he would. At the very least, he had to make Ling Xiao pay a price. Snow Mountain Saber Realm. A cold voice sounded. Gao Shun's hands madly formed seals. His martial soul actually merged into his body. Then, a circular light shield appeared around his body. Upon closer inspection, these light shields were actually completely composed of saber chi. The saber chi was connected head to tail, airtight. Not only was its defense extremely high, but it also had extremely strong attack power. Let me, Gao Shun, test your strength with this attack. With a roar, Gao Shun no longer used his movement technique. Instead, he attacked Ling Xiao from the front. Anyway, With the Snow Mountain Saber realm, he was invincible among warriors of the same cultivation level. Today, he used it to deal with Ling Xiao. He did not know how much power it could exert, but he definitely could not admit defeat. I didn't expect that he would master this move in the end, but isn't it a little impulsive to use it now? This should be his opponent in the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities. Yeah, I thought he was going to use it in the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities. I'm afraid he was forced by Ling Xiao and had no other choice. Ling Xiao's strength is more terrifying than we imagined. Ignoring the discussion of the crowd, Ling Xiao looked at Gao Shun with interest and actually smiled. The stronger the opponent, the happier he was. Chapter 4387. Snowy Mountain Saber World. Interesting stuff. Facing Gao Shun's all-out attack, Ling Xiao only smiled. It wasn't that the opponent's attack wasn't strong. It was just that he was stronger, and he liked to face strong opponents. Let's decide the victor with one attack. Ling Xiao's Ice Phoenix sword was ready to attack. The roaring Nine Heavens Frost Dragon jumped on the sword. Kill! An ice dragon and an ice phoenix. They complemented each other, and at the same time, they exploded with a terrifying power. They heavily clashed against the Snowy Mountain Saber World. Kacha! The Snowy Mountain Saber World shattered, and the tyrannical power penetrated through it, heavily bombarding Gao Shun's body. Gao Shun's body flew out and fell out of the arena. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Of course, from Ling Xiao's point of view, Gao Shun was still alive, because he had already shown mercy. He only used the first layer of the 12 Divine Beasts technique and didn't strengthen his attack. His opponent had already been defeated. If he attacked with all his strength, it wasn't impossible to kill Gao Shun. The cold air dissipated, and Ling Xiao stood proudly on the arena, looking down on the world. Xiaoyu's frown became even tighter. Gao Shun climbed up from the ground. Although he was heavily injured, he was still alive. So scary. I've already used all my strength, but I still don't know what his full strength is. Gao Shun shook his head with a bitter smile. Lu Mingho, I've already done what I should do. If I can't kill him, it's because I'm useless. But we're even now. If it wasn't for Lu Mingho, he wouldn't have fought Ling Xiao with all his strength. After all, it was very likely that he would lose his life in this battle. Lady Xiaoyu, you don't have to do anything. Gao Shun went to Xiaoyu's side, ate some healing medicine, and said, "Why? Don't you want him dead?" Xiaoyu asked curiously. "To be honest, I can't see through him, so I don't want anything to happen to you. For Lu Mingho, it's not worth it. Did you know that in order to kill Ling Xiao, Lu Mingho even swallowed the water of sin?" Gao Shun had not told Xiaoyu about this matter previously because he did not want her to be afraid. But now he felt the need to say it. This battle allowed him to see Ling Xiao and himself clearly. He's actually so strong. Xiaoyu was not afraid at all. Instead, he became excited. Now that you've said it, I feel even more eager to battle. What's the point? The ranking battle is about to begin. It's not worth it to expose your trump card here. Gao Shun said, if you want to fight with him, why not wait another 2 days? Xiaoyu frowned. He lowered his head and did not say anything. It was as if he was pondering over something. On the stage, Ling Xiao had already obtained 4 consecutive victories. In the 10,000 treasure pavilion, there were 2 people who looked surprised. One of them was the pavilion master of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. It seems that I have misjudged you. Since that's the case, I'm afraid I'll have to make a move. Otherwise, if we really let this brat take away our treasures, it would not be worth it. Pavilion Master, there's no need for you to go through all this trouble. If he can still win in the next round, then he'll definitely be able to win. If he can win, This junior is willing to help. A young man with dark skin revealed a proud smile. That's true. You should be enough. I saw that the last move he used against Gao Xin should be his strongest move. With your strength, defeating him shouldn't be hard. The pavilion master of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion nodded. The fifth battle soon began. The one who attacked was a disciplined knight with a cultivation of the middle stage core realm. He was completely covered in a red armor. His entire body made others feel hot. Only a pair of eyes could be seen. They were hot and furious. His weapon was very special. It was actually a bow. Ling Xiao had also used a bow before, but it was ultimately just a support weapon. It would not be used as a main offensive weapon. But this person was different. He was a warrior who specialized in archery. His strength should be stronger than yours, right? Xiaoyu looked towards Gao Shen and asked, with the armor and weapons specially made by the disciplined sacred city, he is indeed stronger than me, but he might not be Ling Zhao's opponent. Gao Shen said, even though armor and weapons were just external objects, they could still increase a warrior's combat power. This point could not be false. With good equipment, one would become stronger when compared to martial artists of the same cultivation level. Please advise me. Ling Xiao looked at the disciplined knight in front of him and immediately entered the undying hellbird beast soul transformation state, because he felt a blazing power from his opponent's body. His opponent's martial soul or cultivation method should be related to fire. As expected, a scarlet flame wrapped around the disciplined knight's body. Even the bow in his hand had turned crimson red. There's no need for advice. Against you, 5 moves are enough. This disciplined knight seemed to be very arrogant. From beginning to end, he maintained a sufficient distance from Ling Xiao. Suddenly, he placed both hands on the bow and shot an arrow. Exploding arrow. This kind of technique was actually not new. Many warriors who used bows and arrows could do it, but this disciplined knight's attack was not to be underestimated. Not only was it powerful, but it was also very fast. The arrow was wrapped in a dense fire element, burning the air to the point that it emitted a burnt smell. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. Ling Xiao was no longer in his original position. He did not block the disciplined knight's attack, because even if he blocked the exploding arrow, it would be very troublesome. I tricked you. The ascetic knight's lips curled into a sly smile. He shouted, exploding arrow, but in reality what he shot was a soul-chasing arrow. The sound of the explosion was just a bait to attract Ling Zhao's attention. Ding! At the moment of imminent peril, the soul-chasing arrow was blocked. No one saw how Ling Xiao attacked. It was really too fast. They only saw the moment when the soul-chasing arrow struck. It was as if the sword had been there all along. So fast. The disciplined knight frowned, then shot another arrow. This time, 3 arrows flew out. He smiled coldly. These 3 arrows all had different characteristics, but there was no difference on the surface. What's the point of using so many fancy tricks? I'll break them all in one strike. Ling Xiao coldly laughed, shaking the Ice Phoenix sword in his hand 3 times. 3 streaks of descending dragon sword chi flew out. All 3 arrows were destroyed at the same time. He didn't know what characteristics the arrows had, but as long as he destroyed them before they reached him, wouldn't it be fine? Then let's see how you'll break this. The disciplined knight's expression became serious. Suddenly, he took out all the arrows in his quiver and shot them all at once. A dense rain of arrows rained down, and they all had different characteristics: soul-chasing arrow, exploding arrow, freezing arrow, burning arrow, etc. Ling Xiao could block 3 of them, but could he block hundreds of them? Petty tricks. Ling Xiao glanced at them in disdain. Then his body began to burn in bright flames. Undying bird strange flame. A strange flame enveloped his entire body. No matter what arrows fell, they were all burned to cinders, not leaving a single one behind. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read. Chapter 43, 88. 3 moves. What else do you have left? Ling Xiao looked at the sentinel knight with a mocking expression. Humph. Do you think this is an ordinary bow? This is a top-tier divine grade, heavenly king artifact bestowed upon me by the Sentinel Holy City to kill you. Red Lotus Hell Bow. The sentinel knight scoffed and silently chanted an incantation. The bow in his hand began to change. Its shape became even more exaggerated, and it kept on burning. Take my 4th attack, Red Lotus Hell. Infusing his true chi, he released it through the Red Lotus Hell Bow. A sea of crimson flames, as if it contained the power of hell itself, rushed towards Ling Xiao. This bow is such a waste in your hands. Ling Xiao chuckled. Don't you know? Compared to my resistance to ice, I'm even less afraid of fire. Whoosh. In a split second, he seemed to have turned into an undying bird bathed in flames. The flames enveloped him, burning him, but it was pointless. Not even the slightest bit of damage was left behind. Ling Xiao walked out from the flames, coldly smirking at the sentinel knight. You're very unfortunate. You've met an ancestor who plays with fire. I'll give you a quick death, then. There's no need for you to use your 5th attack. While he was talking, Ling Xiao had already reached the sentinel knight. His flames began to burn. As long as he got close, as long as he touched it, no one would be able to stop his flames from burning. Not even a divine body, realm martial artist. The immortal flame inside his body was enough to burn a divine body, realm martial artist to death, let alone a divine flame. Although he couldn't use it to attack, he could still use it on his body. The pitiful sentinel knight was burnt to ashes in a split second. Ling Xiao put the Red Lotus Hell bow away. Perfect. The bow from before was already outdated. This Red Lotus Hell bow can take over its duties. This bow doesn't need arrows. Once fully released, it can use true chi as arrows, elemental as arrows. 5 consecutive wins. Inside the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, the tanned young man's expression was a bit unsightly. This brat seems to be harder to deal with than I thought. If defeating Gao Shun was a coincidence, then killing the Sentinel Knight at Dan Realm Midstage is a coincidence. That can't be called a coincidence. The Treasure Pavilion's master scoffed. The Sentinel Knight lost only because his fire resistance was strong enough. As long as you don't use fire, you should be able to wins you. It's best if you use long-range attacks. Although he got the bow, he won't be able to use it in a short amount of time. Knight, I'm not to be afraid. This person is indeed a little difficult to deal with, but it is still within the scope of my understanding. The tanned young man's, he didn't seem to be afraid. There's no rush. Let's observe 2 more rounds. The want he? God, hell, God, King, God, God. As long as he won 2 more matches, he would be able to get what he wanted. From the fearless attacks of the ascetic knights, there was indeed someone who wanted to kill him. However, they did not dare to send out a powerful cultivator all at once because they were worried that he would give up. It wasn't easy to lure him into a trap. If he gave up, it would be meaningless. That was why they had sent martial artists at the early stage and the middle stage of the extreme stage of Dan to wear Ling Xiao down. Ling Xiao had indeed expended a lot of energy. Although he wasn't worried about his true essence, his stamina was limited, although he had more stamina than most martial artists at Dan Realm completion. But the problem was he had already fought 7 rounds, and his opponents were clearly fighting with their lives on the line. Especially in the last 2 rounds, the crazy Sentinel Knight chose to detonate his dantian. Ling Zhao's hands and legs were blown up. He had to use his true essence to repair them. First Saint, the opponent's intentions are obvious. There's no need to die for those things. Bai Lei hurriedly advised, "Yes, First Saint, don't fall into the enemy's trap." Jiang Nan also shouted, although Ling Xiao was tired. He was very happy because his body had finally advanced again. The demonic black tortoise body had completely absorbed the power of the demonic heart. His body had advanced to the peak of 9th level Emperor. This was all thanks to the 2 Sentinel Knights detonating their Dantian. Otherwise, the effect wouldn't be so obvious. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Ling Xiao smiled. Only when he was tired would the pressure be greater. The improvement would also be faster. Now that his cultivation C had advanced to 40%, it wasn't easy at all. He swallowed a pill to replenish some of the stamina he had lost. Although it was stressful, it couldn't be too dangerous. He liked to take risks, but that didn't mean he liked to risk his life. "You go," the owner of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion finally said to the tanned young man sitting next to him. That person walked out of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. He stepped onto the arena. "Who is that? He doesn't look like a Sentinel Knight." "That's right, he's not a Sentinel Knight. He's the grandson of the 8th Sentinel Knight. His name is Lai Shan." "Lai Shan, I heard his cultivation has advanced to the late stage of Dan Realm." "Yes, it's like that. Finally, a stronger existence has appeared. Ling Xiao is already like that. It's obvious that he's here to pick the fruits of his labor." "Yes, although it's a little despicable. I would do the same if it were me." Everyone recognized the dark-skinned youth's identity and felt that Ling Xiao was a little pitiful. He had already fought 7 battles and was exhausted. Now, he was facing the strongest opponent he had ever faced. Could he still fight? This is indeed a trap. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth and was very angry. "Don't be angry. Look at your first sacred lord. She doesn't seem to be afraid at all. You're worrying too much." Kill the Wolf was relatively safe. He hadn't known Ling Xiao as long as Jiang Nan, but he had better judgment. The first time he met Ling Xiao, he knew that Ling Xiao was a good friend. It was the same in this battle. Ling Xiao still wouldn't lose to him. Jiang Nan and Sacred Lord Bai Lei glanced at Kill the Wolf. Since Kill the Wolf had said so, they could only watch. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged out of the arena. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Even the earth began to shake. Even the air was trembling. Several martial artists who were closer to the ring were directly shaken unconscious. "Ha ha, Ling Xiao, you're not bad. I like it. So, I'm going to defeat you in this battle." Lai Shan laughed wildly and suddenly punched out with both palms. Lai Shan wasn't good at weapons, but his palms. Moreover, his palms were no weaker than weapons. That palm wind whistled out, causing Ling Xiao's clothes to flutter in the wind. Pieces of debris flew all over the arena. Lai Shan is really scary, as expected of a martial artist in the late stage of the ultimate Dan realm. Yes, his aura is different from the previous ones. Not only the audience thought so. Ling Xiao thought so too. Lai Shan's strength finally gave him a lot of pressure. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read. Chapter 4389. Take my palm first. With a loud shout, Lai Shan jumped up like a terrifying gorilla. Then, his palms blasted out waves of sound waves toward Ling Xiao. At that moment, the air exploded. Cracks suddenly appeared in the void. This punch had the feeling of a meteorite crashing into a dam. It caused the dam to crack and the flood to burst. The scene was extremely shocking. Ling Xiao was like a small blade of grass in the middle of a flood, swaying back and forth, unable to stand still. Of course, this was just the visual perception of the audience. In fact, In Ling Zhao's eyes, this was just a gorilla pouncing toward him. He smiled faintly and punched out as well. The explosive fist intent directly destroyed Lai Shan's palm wind. The palm wind was completely shattered. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already transformed into the everlasting heavenly rat. This was the most powerful transformation under normal circumstances. Ling Xiao naturally had to use it to deal with a strong opponent. Good kid, you do have some skills. However, this palm strike is just the appetizer. It's nothing. If you can't even take this palm strike, then don't even think about fighting me. Because you're not qualified. Lai Shan stood there and looked at Ling Xiao arrogantly. He was not at all surprised that Ling Xiao was able to withstand this attack. Again, this time, Lai Shan did not use a palm strike. Instead, he used a fist. Not only that, but what appeared behind him was a giant golden hand. This was his martial soul, the golden palm. This strange martial soul also allowed Lai Shan to become an expert in barehanded combat. Whether it was the fist force or the palm wind, it would be even more powerful after fusing with the martial soul. As he roared, the fist wind was released. A huge fist blasted towards Ling Xiao from a distance. The space around the fist began to collapse. This time, it was not just the senses. It was a true collapse. His fist seemed to be able to crack the ground and space. It had a special effect. Do you think the sword in my hand is just for show? Ling Xiao had unknowingly swapped the Ice Phoenix sword for the Eastern Victory Fiend God sword. He held the sword with both hands. He thrust out his sword. The sword chi tore through the void, creating a crack in the void. It was as if the sword had split a waterfall. Deep ravines had also appeared on the arena. It was a ghastly sight. This sword chi directly tore apart Lai Shan's fist force. Lai Shan couldn't help but be stunned. However, he was an expert after all. As he retreated, he quickly circulated his quintessential essence. His hands suddenly formed a seal. Then, a ferocious giant ape appeared in front of him. This giant ape was clearly formed from true essence and fist intent. It roared and rushed toward Ling Zhao's sword chi. Giant ape seal. When Ling Xiao saw this, he knew that the sword chi was unable to continue. Thus, he held the sword with one hand. His other hand suddenly struck out with a palm. Rumble! The heaven-covering palm imprint erupted. It collided with the ferocious giant ape seal. Energy leaked out crazily. It was as if a giant had stepped into a lake, and the waves on the surface of the water exploded wildly. They spread out in all directions. Roar! A moment later, the giant ape seal was actually smashed into pieces by the sky-covering hand. The air also became distorted. Humph! I didn't expect you to also know palm techniques. So what? Break. Lai Shan thought that he had overestimated Ling Xiao. In fact, he had underestimated Ling Xiao. Seeing that the sky-covering hand had smashed the giant ape seal and was about to attack him, in anger, he circulated his quintessential essence again. He used 100% of his strength to reform the giant ape seal. Not only did the giant ape completely recover, but it also became bigger and more ferocious than before. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to circulate quintessential essence? Ling Xiao sneered. The sky-covering hand, which had already dimmed a little, became clearer. It once again hit the giant ape seal. Rumble! A terrible roar sounded again. Ling Xiao's sky-covering hand was shattered. The giant ape seal was shattered at the same time. However, the two of them were already clear. Ling Xiao activated the sky-covering hand, but he didn't use 100% of his strength. Lai Shan, on the other hand, used it, waving his numb and painful arm. Lai Shan looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of fear in his eyes. I really underestimated you. I thought you were only stronger than a warrior in the middle stage of the alchemy realm. From the looks of it, your combat strength is truly shocking. Even if they were opponents, Lai Shan had to admit that Ling Xiao was much stronger than he had imagined. Both of them were recovering for the time being. They didn't attack immediately. Ling Xiao was obviously more relaxed. He said with a smile, I heard that you're the grandson of some lawmaster, a warrior in the late stage of the alchemy realm. Then you really disappoint me. If that's all you've got, you're not qualified to fight with me. Hearing this, Lai Shan's face turned even uglier. He had said that Ling Xiao was just qualified to fight with him, but now Ling Xiao was mocking him. This retribution came really quickly. Bastard, I admit that I underestimated you, but do you think you can look down on me with this? You're too arrogant. He had almost recovered. Lai Shan's angry voice sounded again, and his expression became ferocious. Originally, I just wanted to defeat you. I didn't want to go too far. But you didn't know what's good for you, and you just had to provoke me. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. Unparalleled demonic madness. As Lai Shan roared, a pitch-black aura was released from his body. And this aura was getting stronger and stronger. The powerful aura circled around his body. It was as if a giant python was dancing in the air. The power intertwined, and Lai Shan's strength was increasing crazily. Even though he had just been defeated by Ling Xiao, Lai Shan never thought that he would lose to Ling Xiao. It was because he still had this trump card. Once the unparalleled demonic madness was activated, his combat strength would increase by at least 3 or 4 times. He had originally planned to use this thing in the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. But now, he had to use it. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to lose to Ling Xiao. He believed that Ling Xiao would be defeated in an instant once he used this set of skills. Poor Ant, I'm afraid you'll never know how vast the ocean is. You're very strong, but you're still far from being able to defeat me. If I'm not wrong, you've just broken through to the late stage of the alchemy realm. Instead of cultivating, you came out to show off. Are you trying to teach me a lesson or make a fool of yourself? Ling Xiao chuckled. In his opinion, this guy's performance was not as good as Gao Shun's. Gao Shun at least knew how strong and weak he was. This guy was a frog at the bottom of the well. Frog at the bottom of the well? You dare to say that I'm a frog at the bottom of the well? Then I'll show you who's the frog at the bottom of the well. The black aura was still rising, but Ling Xiao was as calm as usual. Even if the power rose to the extreme, it would only increase his combat strength by 4 times. It still couldn't surpass the late stage of the alchemy realm. Compared to the improvement brought by the water of sin, it was too far away. 3 moves. Ling Xiao suddenly said, What 3 moves? Lai Shan was stunned and didn't understand. Chapter 4390. You don't understand? I'll make you roll off the stage in 3 moves. Ling Xiao chuckled. Hearing this, Lai Shan's face suddenly became gloomy. He stared at Ling Xiao, and an even more terrifying, ferocious expression appeared on his face. Suddenly, he laughed wildly. 3 moves? Good. Can you withstand 3 moves from me? Arrogant fool. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire arena suddenly began to shake. The ground also cracked. Cracks began to appear on the perfectly fine marble floor. The craftsmen of the mystic world really worked hard. At this moment, a black gas merged into Lai Shan's hand. Then it formed a terrifying and gloomy power in Lai Shan's hand. Go to hell, 18 mad demon fists. Under the unparalleled mad demon technique, Lai Shan used the 18 mad demon fists. The power of each punch was vigorous and terrifying. In just a moment, Lai Shan threw out 18 punches, and each punch was shocking. The power exploded. Each punch was able to form a terrifying true essence storm in the void. The 18 storms condensed together like a raging flood. The destructive power also increased several times. In an instant, the entire stage was enveloped in it. As the opponent, Ling Xiao had no chance to dodge. The only thing he could do was to fight. 18 mad demon fists. This fist technique can only be used under the unparalleled mad demon technique. Its power is very domineering, and I'm afraid it has reached the peak of the 9th level Emperor realm. This Ling Xiao is going to lose. The owner of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion couldn't help but sigh in relief. As long as Lai Shan won, he could give the item to Lai Shan as a favor. To make friends with the Law Lord. Xiaoyu, what do you think? On the other side, Gao Shun asked, I don't know. Hee, but I think Ling Xiao shouldn't lose. Although this Lai Shan's cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the Extreme Core realm, to be honest, his combat power is not as good as yours. If Ling Xiao can defeat you, won't defeating him be as easy as turning over his hand? Xiaoyu laughed. Even so, Ling Xiao's advantage is speed. Lai Shan's attack enveloped the entire stage, making it impossible for him to dodge. It wasn't easy for him to not be able to use his advantage. After all, the difference in cultivation is obvious. If we fight head-on, we won't be able to gain any advantage. Gao Shun frowned. What? You actually care about him? Dongbo Xiaoyu smiled. I never hated him, but for Lu Mingho's sake, I had to take revenge. Now, everything was in the past. As long as he doesn't die, I'm a member of Fighting Soul's Sacred City. It doesn't seem wrong to care about him, right? Gao Shun said indifferently. This person had indeed walked out of the shadows of the past. Most of the audience felt some sympathy for Ling Xiao. She had already won 7 matches in a row. If she lost the cleavage match, she wouldn't get anything. Who would have thought that the dignified Lai Shan would choose to appear at this time? They even suspected that Lai Shan had done it on purpose. When Ling Xiao was in a good mood, he suddenly made such a move and ended Ling Xiao's victory. This made Ling Xiao extremely depressed. The air seemed to have frozen. Time seemed to have stopped. 18 true essence storms rushed over, enveloping Ling Xiao. He could feel that the terrifying fist intent was exerting great pressure on him. The power is indeed great, but compared to Lu Mingho, who swallowed the water of sin and displayed an elementary 10th order Emperor realm martial skill, it's still too far away. The difference is still too great. Ling Xiao had seen more powerful attacks, so how could he be afraid of Lai Shan's attack? Lai Shan's goal was very simple. He wanted to fight head-on with him. It was clear that he had absolute confidence in his strength. Since that was the case, he would let Lai Shan experience true destructive power. Blood-red sky drilling rat, 9 heavens frosty dragon, flying flame lion, radiant holy light tiger, one-eyed thunderstorm bull, 12 divine beasts techniques 5th layer, erupting. The East victory fiend god sword in his hand suddenly condensed a terrifying power. Pure true essence bloomed. 5 divine beasts' souls roared as they tore through the air. Below the ring, many people revealed looks of surprise. They heard the demonic beasts' roars, but they couldn't find where they were. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound echoed. The entire stage became quiet. The huge true essence storm was blown away in an instant. Ling Xiao still stood there calmly, as cold as ice. No, how could this be? He actually broke the 18 crazed demon fists. The cup in the hands of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's pavilion master fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. He had once again made a mistake in his judgment. Ever since Ling Xiao stepped on the stage, his judgment had been wrong. It wasn't because his judgment had deteriorated. It was because he looked down on Ling Xiao. Therefore, based on this, his judgment couldn't be accurate. Gao Shen looked at this scene with some surprise. He really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would use such a method to break Lai Shan's 18 crazed demon fists. This guy's sword technique was really frightening. If he had used this move against me, I would have already lost. Gao Shen smiled bitterly. Xiaoyu didn't say anything, but she had already given up on the idea of fighting Ling Xiao. At the very least, she wouldn't do anything here. Everything would be left for the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities. How could this be? How could this be? Impossible. Impossible. How could you break my 18 crazed demon fists? Lai Shan couldn't accept this result. He had used the unparalleled crazed demon technique and the 18 crazed demon fists. But in the end, he was defeated like this. He really didn't want to accept this. The most important thing was that he didn't know how his opponent did it. Damn, take my 18 crazed demon fists again. I don't believe I can't destroy you. The crazy Lai Shan was furious. 18 terrifying fists condensed once again. The true essence storm formed once again. The surrounding elements and spiritual energy were instantly sucked dry. Do you think the same move will work on me? How boring. It seems you don't have any other methods. Take my palm. Heaven-covering great palm. He didn't wait for his opponent to attack. Ling Xiao directly released the heaven-covering great palm. The terrifying giant palm fell from the sky. A loud bang. Lai Shan was directly slapped to the ground, and the originally condensed energy dissipated. Explosion. Poor Lai Shan, who was hit by his own attack, couldn't breathe. Stop now. A voice sounded out. It was the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's chief. He was worried that Lai Shan would be killed by the angry Ling Xiao. He hastily jumped out. Mr. Ling has won this match. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion's chief announced. Ling Xiao stared at the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's chief with an indifferent expression, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He didn't attack again. If this Lai Shan didn't know what was good for him, he would definitely provoke him again during the ranking competition. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to kill him. Besides, no one would stop him at that time. This is terrifying. This Ling Xiao really deserves his reputation. I can feel my entire heart trembling under that palm strike. This is a true genius. I almost forgot that he is just a mid-heavenly core warrior. That's right. I think this man is going to become famous during the ranking competition. Who will be able to stop him? Chapter 43, 91. Everyone looked at Lai Shan, who was in a sorry state, and then looked at Ling Xiao, who was unscathed. Their hearts were filled with shock and admiration. However, the owner of the Wanbao Pavilion sneered in his heart. What an idiot! You've used all your trump cards, haven't you? Let's see how you're going to fight the 9th battle. Pavilion Master, are you going to accept my last battle? Ling Xiao looked at the owner of the Wanbao Pavilion and smiled. So what? Do you dare? The owner of the Wanbao Pavilion said lightly. The perfect level of the extreme realm of alchemy is indeed powerful, but why wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao said with a chuckle. Good, as expected of a young hero. If you can defeat this old man, then you'll definitely be able to defeat me. If you can defeat me, not only can you take away the prizes, but I'll also give you 1,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones. The owner of the Wanbao Pavilion was very confident. After all, he was at the peak of the pill realm, although most of his cultivation was forcibly increased by relying on drugs. However, his cultivation was there for all to see. It was not a joke. In addition, Ling Xiao had already fought 8 battles before, so he had already exposed all his trump cards. Of course, that was only what the owner of the Wanbao Pavilion thought. He did not know that Ling Xiao had actually been very low-key. Whether it was the universal divine fist or the void-shattering finger, He had not used them even once, not to mention the sky tyrant martial soul. Ling Xiao looked at the owner of the Wan Bao Pavilion and suddenly stretched out a finger. Of course, it was not a middle finger. It was an index finger. He shook his index finger gently and said with a smile, "One move is enough to deal with you." His voice was calm and gentle, and it was not loud. However, it caused a huge uproar in the crowd. One move was enough. What kind of joke was this? The owner of the Wan Bao Pavilion. He was at the peak of the pill realm. What he said was simply a joke. The owner of the Wan Bao Pavilion's face instantly turned ugly. "Are you looking down on me?" The owner of the Wan Bao Pavilion roared. "Yes, I am indeed looking down on you." The reason why Ling Xiao said that was because he did not have a good impression of the owner of the Wan Bao Pavilion. This fellow had set up the arena, but had come out to interfere. He even wanted to bully the weak and prevent him from taking the prize. How could the other party do something so shameless? Then why should he give the other party face? His voice was flat and simple, but in the ears of the crowd, it was different. What does he think? Gao Shen smiled bitterly. Can you really defeat him in one move? He's probably just trying to piss him off. Xiaoyu said after some thought. She really couldn't believe that Ling Xiao could defeat an ancient martial art practitioner at the consummate stage of the alchemy realm in one move. This was simply a fantasy story. Good, good, good. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly surged out like a monstrous wave. His entire body seemed to have grown taller in an instant like a giant. Of course, everyone knew that this was due to the influence of the aura. It was unknown what kind of cultivation technique the pavilion master of the Wan Bao Pavilion was practicing, but he was standing there. He was truly like a giant spirit. He gave the opponent a huge pressure. Why did he provoke him? This time Ling Xiao is in trouble. I don't understand either. The audience shook their heads. They didn't understand why Ling Xiao had provoked his opponent just now. Did he really think he could defeat his opponent in one move? That's too ridiculous, right? Everyone couldn't understand Ling Xiao's actions. But the battle on the arena didn't wait for them to understand. Just 100 meters away, the pavilion master of the Wan Bao Pavilion had already pounced towards Ling Xiao. A furious punch was thrown towards Ling Xiao's head. Seeing this scene, no one spoke. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. What would happen to Ling Xiao? He would be miserable. However, Ling Xiao, who was on the stage, revealed a cold smile. The pavilion master of the Wan Bao Pavilion was indeed very strong, but this consummate stage of the alchemy realm cultivation was a bit unworthy of the name. He was basically fed with herbs, and his actual strength was only slightly stronger than Lai Shan's. Of course, it wasn't easy to defeat him with such strength. It was even more difficult to defeat him in one move. But Ling Xiao had this confidence. He had never exposed his universal divine fist and void-shattering finger. He could completely catch his opponent off guard. The pavilion master of the Wan Bao Pavilion was approaching. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. A finger stretched out. It actually gave the audience a mysterious and strange feeling, as if it wasn't a finger, but a sharp blade that could break the void. It's over, pavilion master. Void-shattering finger. Ling Xiao's face raised into a chuckle. The next moment, a white light directly pierced the throat of the pavilion master of the Wan Bao Pavilion. After being severely injured, the pavilion master of the Wan Bao Pavilion fell to the ground on the spot. His breath was chaotic, and he was already very weak. Ling Xiao's finger just happened to hit the vital point. He didn't intend to kill the pavilion master. Otherwise, this finger would definitely kill the pavilion master of the Wan Bao Pavilion on the spot. What just happened? Everyone was dumbfounded, including those experts hidden in the crowd. This, Kill the Wolf was also amazed. I seemed to see the distance between the two disappear in that instant. What kind of martial skill is this? It's too scary. Xiaoyu was even more shocked. Compared to Kill the Wolf, she didn't even see what Ling Xiao did. She only knew that Ling Xiao pointed out. And then the pavilion master of the Wan, Bao Pavilion, was hit. Pavilion master, do you still think I'm looking down on you? Ling Xiao looked at the heavily injured pavilion master of the Wan, Bao Pavilion and smiled faintly. The pavilion master of the Wan, Bao Pavilion was still in shock and hadn't recovered. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, he touched his throat and smiled bitterly. Young Hero Ling is indeed powerful. This old man is convinced. How could he not be convinced? Ling Xiao was already merciful to him. If he didn't know what was good for him, he would have died just now. Announce the result. The pavilion master of the Wan, Bao Pavilion, said to the host, then turned around and left to treat his injuries. Staying here, other than losing face, he couldn't think of any other meaning. After fighting with Ling Xiao, his heart was dispirited. He had a feeling that he had met a peerless monster. He was afraid that in this lifetime, he would never be able to surpass this terrifying youth. When the host announced the result, many people didn't hear it, because they were still immersed in the shock just now and couldn't extricate themselves. On the arena, Ling Xiao happily received the 3 prizes he wanted, and 1 million high-grade spirit stones. He walked down the arena. Everyone made way for him. In the past, many people here thought that Ling Xiao was only relying on ancestor Scarlet Flame, Azure Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun to be able to hold his head high. But today, it seemed that Ling Xiao's excellence was also closely related to his own strength. To be honest, if Ling Xiao didn't have this kind of ability, would those 3 have taken a fancy to Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao indifferently looked at a few pairs of sharp eyes in the crowd, including those disciplined knights who hadn't had time to make a move. Those people couldn't help but lower their heads, avoiding Ling Xiao's gaze. Because of fear. That was the fear of the weak for the strong. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read. Chapter 4392. Let's go. Ling Xiao called out to Kill the Wolf, and the others then turned and left. The moment their figures completely disappeared, the clamor rang out again. Most of the people at the door were talking about Ling Xiao. It seems that this time, the 10 Holy Sun will have a big change. I wonder where Ling Xiao will be ranked. At least 7th. The first 6 are not easy to surpass, but he has already defeated 3 of the last 4. I think Dong Bo Xiu, you will not be his opponent. I think he will get first place. The discussion quickly spread throughout the Commandment Sacred City. Ling Xiao's name became the focus of the 3,000 sacred cities again. In a moment, he surpassed the 10 Holy Sun and became the most popular young genius. After leaving the arena, Ling Xiao found an inn to stay in. He began to condense the 10-sword talisman. Condensing the 10-sword talisman would consume 10 swords, which was a bit wasteful. But the power of the 10-sword talisman made people look forward to it, at least at the current stage. Its power was stronger than the cosmic light god fist and the void-shattering finger. But it did not have any special effects. That night, the 10-sword talisman was successfully condensed. Ling Xiao chuckled. This was yet another trump card he had up his sleeve. In the afternoon, everyone went to attend the banquet. He originally thought that the beast Tamer General was a terrifying existence. But after meeting him, he found that this person was actually very kind. He looked like the uncle next door. The banquet was very lively. During the banquet, Ling Xiao found some time to go outside and take a breather. He didn't like a noisy environment. The sky outside was dotted with stars. The bright starlight illuminated the earth, but it could not be compared to the daytime. Ling Xiao felt the wind and unknowingly came to a secluded place. All of a sudden, his ears caught a sound that piqued his interest. So he hid himself in the darkness. He entered the shadow warrior form. Not far away, two shadows were faintly discernible. Ling Xiao had some impression of one of them. It should be a commandment knight, but he wasn't very familiar with it. The other person was an unfamiliar face. However, based on their attire, they were the cultivators that the beast tamer general had brought with him, a true expert of the extreme realm of Dan. He was much stronger than the half-baked pavilion master of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. "Have you brought everything?" the warrior from Golden City asked softly. "Don't worry, big brother Liang. Of course I've brought it. Even our master of law is reluctant to take it out. I risked my life to snatch it because I wanted big brother Liang to avenge my younger brother." The disciplinary knight replied, "That dog Ling Xiao is too strong. I'm not his match. We can only rely on brother Liang." The man surnamed Liang checked the contents of the box and couldn't help but reveal a look of pleasant surprise. Very interesting. As the saying goes, gifts blind the eyes. Since this Liang has accepted your things, I will definitely do things for you. I've observed that Ling Xiao, he should be a mid-heavenly core warrior. However, his battle prowess should be able to reach the level of a late-stage Dan realm martial artist. Of course, that was all. Don't worry. Later the general will ask the 10th Holy Son to stay and talk to him. I'll find a chance to kill him. Thank you, big brother Liang. The disciplinary knight was extremely grateful. The man surnamed Liang put away the box and left in a hurry. The disciplinary knight let out a sigh of relief. A vicious look emerged in his eyes. "Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you're finished." I didn't hesitate to steal the black unicorn and give it to that man surnamed Liang. "Are you still not going to die?" After saying that, he prepared to leave as well. However, in the darkness, a hand suddenly pierced through his dantian. "Who is it?" He stared at the figure that emerged from the darkness with fear. "You. Why is it you?" The disciplinary knight had never imagined that Ling Xiao would be able to spy on such a secretive operation. He suddenly felt a sense of despair. Now that Ling Xiao knew about this, how could he succeed in his revenge? Too bad. His consciousness soon became blurry. Ling Xiao moved the corpse to a more secluded place and burned it. After that, he washed the hand that killed him and returned to the banquet as if nothing had happened. The banquet was about to end. Sure enough, the beast-taming general left the 10th Holy Son and Ling Xiao behind. He gave them a few words of encouragement and advice. Then he ordered the man, surnamed Liang, to send them away. All of this was the same as what Ling Xiao heard before. The man, surnamed Liang, sent the others away, leaving only Ling Xiao behind. He said that he wanted to talk to him, but he suddenly turned his back on him. He took out a web-like treasure to seal off Ling Xiao's escape route. "What is Mr. Liang trying to do?" Ling Xiao asked, even though he already knew the answer. "What am I trying to do? I took someone else's money and wanted to take your life." The man surnamed Liang didn't waste any time as a terrifying light shot out from his eyes. You want to kill me?" A hint of panic appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes, but he quickly covered it up. He did all this on purpose. His opponent was very strong, and he didn't want to drag the battle out for too long. Therefore, he wanted to kill him in one blow. He had to make his opponent underestimate him. He pretended to be afraid, but he couldn't pretend too much. Otherwise, others would see through it. "So what if I kill you?" The man surnamed Liang suddenly exerted strength in his feet and pounced on Ling Xiao at lightning speed. It seemed that he also wanted to end the battle quickly, so he used a speed-type battle technique. 2 daggers appeared in his hands. The sharp daggers were like poisonous snakes spitting out their tongues, releasing a cold aura. Ling Xiao retreated while showing a shocked expression. Of course, this was also an act. He already knew how strong the enemy was, so he wasn't surprised at all. He believed that once any enemy thought that they would win, they would become more reliant on strength and give up on wisdom. This way, he would have a chance. The bloodthirsty plague had been secretly released. This was also just in case. If he couldn't kill him in one blow, he could at least reduce his opponent's strength. Feeling the pressure brought by his opponent, Ling Xiao silently activated the cosmic light divine fist. There was no one else here anyway. The cosmic light divine fist wouldn't be exposed. Seeing that his opponent was already within 3 meters, a hint of mockery flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He punched out. In that instant, time within a 3-meter radius instantly stopped. Only Ling Xiao's fist was still moving. This punch landed heavily on his opponent's vital point. However, Ling Xiao knew that a single punch wouldn't be able to kill the opponent. After all, this was a genuine martial artist with a perfected extreme realm of core cultivation. In order to completely kill the opponent, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to use the immortal fire. Before the opponent could react, he released the immortal fire and grabbed the opponent tightly with both hands. Otherwise, with his attack, it would be impossible to kill an expert of this level in a short period of time. But what he didn't expect was that this man surnamed Liang was even more powerful than he had imagined. Even though he was burned by the immortal fire, but he was still able to directly use his head to hit his body and send him flying. At that moment, the collision made him dizzy. Troll Demon King. In a hurry, Ling Xiao released the Troll Demon King. Otherwise, even if he could burn the opponent to death today, he would probably die. This opponent was too terrifying. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read it all. Chapter 4393. Liang had already rushed in front of Ling Xiao. Brat, you're still too inexperienced. Die. Although he had been schemed against by Ling Xiao, he was now seriously injured. But Liang had received strict training in the Golden City, even if he was only a warrior at the lowest level. But he still had an advantage that Ling Xiao couldn't compare to. Therefore, he was confident that he could kill Ling Xiao. However, just as he thought he had succeeded, a huge figure appeared in front of Ling Xiao. A terrifying giant hand slapped down. He didn't even have time to react before he felt his consciousness blur. How could it be like this? The moment before he died, he saw that tall and mighty body. Giant Devil King? Ling Xiao recalled the Giant Devil King and took advantage of Liang's blurred consciousness to stab his hand into Liang's dantian. Then he crushed the inner core. The energy of the inner core poured into his body. An abundant amount of energy was released. Most of it entered his potential cells. The other part was directly converted into the energy of his cultivation C, allowing his cultivation C energy to reach 70%. Huff. Exhaling, Ling Xiao hurriedly burned Liang Mao's corpse and quickly left with Liang Mao's storage ring. The news of Liang's disappearance would probably be known by the beast-taming general very soon. But he had already destroyed the corpse and destroyed the evidence. He didn't believe that anyone would be able to find out in a short period of time. Ling Xiao directly left Commandment Sacred City. After returning to War's Soul Sacred City, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then he checked the storage ring. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the other things. But there was one thing that he revealed an excited expression. Xianlin. This is Xianlin. It's indeed a good thing. In order to continuously improve his physical body, Ling Xiao had also checked a lot of information. This Xianlin was enough to promote his demonic black martial body to the peak of 10th Order Emperor realm. However, like the demonic heart, it could only be slowly absorbed and fused. It had to be fused in battle. He put Xianlin into the Mountain River world. The next thing was to wait for the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities to begin. "Young master, can I go in?" Zhao Fenyun's voice came from outside. Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman were with him. "Come in." Ling Xiao greeted and went to open the door. The three of them entered the room and closed the door. "Young master, we've just received news that one of General Beast Tamer's subordinates, surnamed Liang, has died." Zhao Fengyun said. "Oh, I killed him." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "What?" When the three of them heard Ling Xiao's indifferent tone, they couldn't help being shocked. Was Ling Xiao already capable of killing martial artists at the peak of the extreme stage of Dan? Thinking about it, when Ling Xiao first arrived at the Fighting Soul Sacred City, he was only at the 6th Divine Core realm. At that time, when he was facing an Earth Core realm warrior, he had a worried frown on his face, and it was difficult for him to win. If he encountered a Heavenly Core warrior, he would definitely die. However, it had only been 2 months since then. Currently, Ling Xiao was able to kill a perfect 9th Divine Core warrior, which meant he was a perfect Ultimate Core warrior. This was like a dream. "I'm impressed. No wonder even the Fire King favors you so much. With young master's talent, you are ranked number 1 even in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In my opinion, even the strongest warrior in the 4 regions and 9 worlds can't be compared with you in terms of talent. Young master, why are you still participating in the ranking battle? Why don't you just find the Fire King and enter the Golden City? With the Fire King's power and influence, this won't be a problem at all." Zhao Fengyun said. "No, I have to participate in the ranking battle. Qi Xiao is still alive. Besides, if I don't participate in the ranking battle, how can I increase the prestige of the Fighting Soul Alliance? Of course, more importantly, it's hard to find a sparring partner who is as strong as me. For me, this is a chance for me to level up." Ling Xiao said with a smile. "You're right." Green Lotus Swordswoman said with a smile. "Actually, I really want to see Qi Xiao, Black Fong, and the others' frightened and confused faces. I'm afraid the 2 of them dream of killing young master. However, they would never have expected that young master's current strength has exceeded their expectations. Actually, it's not just them. I'm afraid the top 6 among the 10 Holy Sun want to defeat me to prove their strength, right? I like such opponents." Ling Xiao was a little excited. Of course, he was also very clear that his current strength was far from enough. Perhaps he was already outstanding among the martial artists under 100 years old, and could even be called number 1. However, his opponents weren't just these youngsters. If he wanted to take back the Moon Lady openly, he had to use his strength to crush the Eternal Emperor domain. He didn't forget that the Eternal Emperor domain was related to the death of his father in this life. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. There was no end to the pursuit of martial arts. There was no limit to a person's potential. He also had to find out what kind of secrets were hidden in the mysterious eternal desert. Even the experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds didn't dare to set foot in it. This was a fatal attraction to him. Moreover, he had yet to avenge his master. His master's enemy was the King of Sovereigns in the mystic world. He was the strongest existence in this world. If he wanted to avenge his master, he couldn't stop on his path of martial arts. On the other side of the door, he was also very concerned about whether his parents were dead or alive. He was also very interested in what was on the other side of the door. This was just the beginning. "Young master, we will deal with the Beast Tamer General. There's not much time left. What do you plan to do? We can help." Green Lotus Swordswoman suddenly said, "There's no need. Next, I'll upgrade the 12 Divine Beast technique. Now that my physical body has been upgraded again, I believe I can easily use the 6th level of the 12 Divine Beast technique. Even the 7th level can be very useful at critical times." Ling Xiao had already gathered quite a lot of materials. Cultivating them wasn't a problem. Blood Diamond Rat, 9 Heavens Frosty Dragon, Soaring Flaming Lion, Radiant Holy Light Tiger, One-Eyed Thunderbolt. These were the 5 beast souls he had cultivated previously. Next, he was going to cultivate the 6-eared Diamond Ape and Netherworld Ghostly Rabbit. One represented an indestructible defense, a shadow that represented mystery and unpredictability. If he succeeded in cultivating these 2 beast souls, then the 12 Divine Beast technique would truly enter the 7th level. Even if he didn't use the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit, the 7th level of the 12 Divine Beast technique's power could reach the peak of 9th Order Emperor realm. Moreover, it was more terrifying than any peak 9th Order Emperor realm martial skill. When used together with the Eastern Victory Fiend God Sword, its power could even reach the 10th Order Emperor realm martial skill. It was absolutely powerful, although the Universal Divine Fist and Void-Shattering Finger were powerful. They had a cooldown time of 1 minute. It was a bit long. Although the 12 Divine Beast technique needed to be recharged, it would only last 10 seconds. During this time, it was enough to rely on the Heaven Covering Palm and 23 Dragon Subduing Swords to resist. Not to mention, he still had a lot of Beast God techniques. As long as they worked well together, they would complement each other. Chapter 43, 94. For the next day, Ling Xiao focused on his cultivation. General Beast Tamer sent someone to investigate the cause of his death. However, Sword Maiden Azure Lotus used the excuse that she couldn't disturb Ling Xiao's cultivation. After all, this was related to the ranking battle, and General Beast Tamer didn't dare act recklessly. Furthermore, he only wanted to investigate those who went to Discipline City that day. He didn't suspect anyone in particular, especially not Ling Xiao. In General Beast Tamer's opinion, Ling Xiao didn't have the strength to do so. In just 1 day, Ling Xiao had mastered the 6th and 7th stages of the 12 Divine Beast technique. Different from other martial skills, the 12 Divine Beast technique was easier to cultivate as one progressed further. However, because it consumed a lot of energy, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Right now, there were only 2 days left until the end of the ranking battle. Even in the last few days, the warriors of the 3,000 Saint Cities were still providing help to the participants, no matter if it was resources or anything else. After all, everyone hoped that their men could go to the Golden City. It wasn't just a matter of bringing honor to their ancestors. More importantly, it would allow the Saint City to contact the Golden City. In the future, no one would dare to bully them. The development of the Fighting Soul Sacred City was on the right track, and the cultivation of the warriors was improving at a tremendous pace. It had always been a gathering place for geniuses. Previously, because of the lack of cultivation skills and resources, their cultivation had stagnated. Now that they had everything, it would be strange if they didn't improve. The ones who had improved the fastest were Haim Myung-ko and Lion Xiaobao. Both of them could be considered monstrous geniuses, although they couldn't be compared to Ling Xiao. However, their aptitude was outstanding among the majority of geniuses. Haim Myung-ko was only at the 3rd Divine Core realm before this, but she had improved by leaps and bounds during this period of time. She was now at the 6th Divine Core realm. Her cultivation speed was almost on par with Ling Xiao's. Most importantly, the resources and convenience that Haim Myung-ko received were much greater than Ling Xiao's. Before this, Ling Xiao had to fight for everything by himself. As for Hai Myung Ko, she only needed to enjoy it. However, Ling Xiao was not jealous at all. Haim Myung-ko had always been the one helping to manage the huge celestial empire. Ling Xiao threw all the troublesome matters to her to manage. This was the reason why her cultivation progress was so slow. Seeing Haim Myung-ko's strength increase, he was naturally happy. As for Xiao Shirbao, he was at the 7th divine core realm before this, and now he had broken through to the early heavenly core realm. Although he couldn't compare to Ling Xiao, he was still considered one of the strongest combat geniuses in fighting Seoul's sacred city. Coming out of his cultivation, Ling Xiao came to the place where Hinajiku and Zhanlong's Naiden were protected. Don't worry, the two of you. I will personally take Qi Zhao's head. As for the herbs you need, I will get them as soon as possible. I won't let you stay like this forever. First Prime, I have something to report to you. Jiangnan came over. Is it about the ranking battle? Ling Xiao asked. Jiangnan nodded his head. Just tell me here, let Hinajiku and Zhanlong be happy. Ling Xiao sat down on a cushion and said with a smile. Jiangnan nodded his head and sat down as well. After that, he said, First Prime, you're the only name on the list sent by Fighting Soul Sacred City. Although Xiao Shirbao really wanted to participate, I didn't agree to it. With his current cultivation, even if he participates, he will most likely be killed. Well done. Let him cultivate steadily. If he hasn't broken through to the extreme core realm, he shouldn't go outside. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. He knew that Fighting Soul Sacred City had offended a lot of people. Once Xiao Shirbao participated in the ranking battle, he would be treated as a live target. Jiangnan did the right thing. First Prime, I think you can at least get 8th place this time? A voice sounded out from Zhanlong's Naiden. The voice was transmitted through a soul ripple. 8th place? Ling Xiao smiled and said, Zhanlong, if I can only get 8th place, how can I kill Qi Xiao? Don't worry, I'll definitely get 1st place in this ranking battle. Hearing this, Jiangnan couldn't help but be stunned. She originally thought that Ling Xiao could become one of the 10 Holy Sun. However, since Ling Xiao defeated Gao Shen, she estimated that Ling Xiao's result would be around 7th or 8th place. Those ranked in the top 6 had all reached the perfection of the extreme core stage. Although the gap between them was quite big, but this cultivation couldn't be fake. It wouldn't be easy for Ling Xiao to win, but she really didn't expect Ling Xiao to say that he would get 1st place so easily. Wasn't he too confident? However, it seemed that Ling Xiao wasn't bragging. Although it was just a casual remark, it was full of confidence. If we can really get 1st place in the Golden Battle, the reputation of the Battle Alliance will definitely rise greatly. The Battle Soul Sacred City will be able to hold its head high. Thinking back to the past, being able to get 700th or 800th place is already considered a blessing. Jiangnan sighed. That was in the past. Ling Xiao smiled. That's true, but great sacred lord, we can't rule out the possibility of dark horses appearing in the other holy cities. So you still have to be careful, Jiangnan reminded. After all, Ling Xiao was still young. She was worried that Ling Xiao would be arrogant and complacent. Once he underestimated his opponent, it would be troublesome. Don't worry, I'll never underestimate my opponent. A lion will use its full strength even when hunting a rabbit. Although I don't have to do that, I'll never underestimate my opponent. Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye, so he could still see what his opponent was like. However, about the Golden Battle, which is the rules of the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities, I'm still in the dark. I'm still in the dark. Tell me about it. Okay, Jiangnan nodded. This was exactly what she wanted to say next. The so-called Golden Battle. The Golden Battle is a kind of ranking battle. It's basically held once a year. The top 1,000 martial artists will be selected for intensive training. If a martial artist can be ranked in the top 10 for 10 consecutive years, then he can join the Golden City. Of course, if someone can defeat a martial artist who has been ranked in the top 10 for 9 consecutive years, then he can also join the Golden City. This is your chance. It turns out that the Golden Battle is fully organized by the Commandment Sacred City. Now that the Commandment Sacred City can no longer guarantee fairness, the Golden City sent the Beast Tamer General and 12 judges. The Golden Battle will be held in the Divine Martial Sacred City's battle zone. At that time, it will be broadcasted live to the entire 3,000 Sacred City. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. In order to be ranked at the top and maintain their ranking, martial artists would cultivate with all their might. A year's time was neither long nor short. Many things could happen during this period. A martial artist's strength would also change. Therefore, it was not easy to maintain one's ranking. Of course, only the top 10 martial artists could enter the Golden City. Moreover, the top 10 martial artists would be conferred the title of Holy Son. They would receive more resources and benefits than other martial artists. Their names would resound throughout the 3,000 Sacred City. They would even be noticed by the experts in the Golden City. If they were chosen by that expert, they might be able to join the Golden City directly. Apex M. Chapter 4395. What are the specific rules of the competition? Ling Xiao asked. Actually, it's very simple. I'm sure you've participated in many similar competitions before. The first round is an elimination round. At that time, Divine Martial Sacred City will start a chaotic battle. Everyone will be placed into the same small world to fight until the last 1,000 people are left. Under normal circumstances, the dead will be directly teleported out of the small world and won't really die. In the first round, there will be a total of 100,000 people participating. In the end, only 1,000 people will be left. Only 1,000 people out of 100,000 can advance. That's crazy. Ling Xiao sighed. However, this round was not difficult for him. In other words, it was not difficult for warriors in the extreme realm of Dan. But for others, it was a bit troublesome. The second round is a battle for ranking. The specific rules are unknown, but in the previous Golden Battle, all the warriors will be teleported into the same small world. They will see who walks out of the small world first. Those who come out first will have a higher ranking, and those who come out later will have a lower ranking. In the end, only 100 people will be left. And this ranking is also related to the final round of the competition. Usually, the lower-ranked ones will fight the higher-ranked ones. So if you want to have a better advantage in the final round, you have to get a good ranking. Otherwise, if you encounter an expert in the first round, you'll be finished. The final round is a battle. I won't go into detail about this. You should know. Jiangnan smiled. Ling Xiao nodded. He realized that the hardest part for him was actually the first round, because the enemies might team up to deal with him. On the other hand, he didn't need to be nervous about the last round. In a one-on-one battle, he didn't think he would lose to anyone. After separating from Jiangnan, Ling Xiao continued to consolidate his strength. Finally, the day of the Golden Battle arrived. On this day, all the elites from the 3,000 sacred cities gathered in Divine Martial Sacred City. Divine Martial Sacred City did not have any battles today. Instead, the stage for the Golden Battle had already been set up. Although Ling Xiao didn't want Lion Xiaobao, Yilingyan, and the others to participate in the Golden Battle, but in the end, he couldn't dissuade these two. Of course, the most important thing was that he knew that under normal circumstances, no one would die in the first and second round. Only then did he feel at ease to let the two of them participate, according to Ling Xiao's plan. Even if Xiaobao and Yi Lingyan could pass the first round, they would not be able to pass the second round. It would be good to experience the atmosphere. Right now, Lion Xiaobao was an early Heavenly Core warrior, and Yi Lingyan was a late Heavenly Core warrior. Their cultivation bases were actually not low among the contestants. Out of 100,000 people, they felt that they were ranked in the top 1,000. As long as there weren't any accidents in the first round, there shouldn't be any problems in passing. There was another person participating in the competition as well, and that was Gao Shen. Gao Shen joined Fighting Soul Sacred City as agreed. After all, he was ranked 8th among the 10 Holy Sons. Naturally, he was qualified to participate in this competition. In the past, Fighting Soul Sacred City was not qualified to enter Shenwu's Sacred City to watch the battle. It could only be viewed through the secret method of live streaming. On this day, Shenwu's Sacred City was basically occupied by the people of the 10 sacred cities. But it was different this time. Right now, Shenwu's Sacred City was under the control of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Therefore, aside from the 10 sacred cities, the spectators from Fighting Soul Sacred City were in the best position. Because of this, the number of spectators from the 10 sacred cities was reduced. This caused them to be dissatisfied. But what was the point of being dissatisfied? It was their fault for not being in control of Shenwu's Sacred City. You're just a tiny Fighting Soul Sacred City. What right do you have to enter Shenwu's Sacred City to watch the battle? Get out here. No one from the 10 sacred cities said anything, but some idiots who had been used by others couldn't hold it in any longer. The one who spoke was a martial artist from Poison Fire Sacred City, who was ranked in the top 100. No one knew who had used him, but he was here to cause trouble. Ling Xiao was too lazy to deal with this bunch of idiots. He wanted to let them be. Since he was in the sacred city, he couldn't hear them. But he didn't expect this martial artist from Poison Fire Sacred City to not care about Ling Xiao at all. He had actually set his eyes on Fighting Soul Alliance. Fighting Soul Alliance belonged to White Thunder Sacred City, and it was ranked in the top 1,500. Saint Lord White Thunder was just a peak Heavenly Core warrior. He couldn't be compared to Poison Fire Sacred City. The Saint Lord of Poison Fire Sacred City was a late-stage Extreme Core warrior, and he was considered a very strong existence. He had actually slandered the people of White Thunder Sacred City, saying that they had killed their martial artist. He wanted to destroy White Thunder Sacred City. Of course, General Beast Tamer didn't care about such a small matter. When Commandment Sacred City was still around, this kind of thing was very common. Therefore, everyone was used to it. They were all looking at the people of White Thunder Sacred City with gloating eyes. But the battle had yet to begin, because Ling Xiao had appeared. The great Saint Lord of Fighting Soul Alliance didn't just enjoy glory. He also had a responsibility. Ling Xiao wanted everyone to know. He wasn't the great Saint Lord for nothing. Anyone who dared to attack the people of Fighting Soul Alliance must die. It was a pity that Poison Fire Sacred City had hit the muzzle. Normally, this kind of thing didn't warrant death, but Ling Xiao wanted to make an example out of them. He had to deal with them seriously, or else the other sacred cities would attack the Fighting Soul Alliance. You are the great Saint Lord of Fighting Soul Alliance, Ling Xiao? Sacred Lord Poison Fire looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Recently, Ling Xiao's name had been very famous. To tell the truth, he was very unhappy. Fighting Soul Sacred City was currently ranked last. In his eyes, it wasn't worth mentioning. But he seemed to be afraid of everyone. He didn't understand. Was there a need to be afraid of such a brat? That's right. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Good, it's fine as long as it's you. A small Fighting Soul Sacred City wants to take over Divine Martial Sacred City. I was in seclusion before and didn't have time to deal with you, but now, Sacred Lord Poison Fire didn't finish his words. Because Zhao Fengyun had already attacked. A spear pierced through Sacred Lord Poison Fire's dantian. You dare to kill me? Sacred Lord Poison Fire was terrified. Sacred Lord Scarlet's son clearly told him that these people wouldn't dare to kill him today. So what if I kill you? Kill everyone in Poison Fire Sacred City. Ling Xiao said coldly. Yes. Zhao Fengyun accepted the order and charged into the crowd. There were about 1,000 people in Poison Fire Sacred City, including the participants and spectators. In an instant, they were all turned into corpses. Seeing this, countless people around were terrified. Ling Xiao rose into the air and looked down coldly at the crowd. I am the first Sacred Lord of the Fighting Soul Alliance. Whoever dares to humiliate the people of the Fighting Soul Alliance must die. Poison Fire Sacred City will be your end. Ha! The first Sacred Lord of the Fighting Soul Alliance is really impressive. You dare to kill people in such an occasion? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of Divine Martial Sacred City. A group of people rose into the air. The person in the lead looked somewhat similar to Lu Mingho. Lu Mingho belonged to Divine Sword Sacred City. It was one of the 10 sacred cities. His father was the Sacred Lord of Divine Sword Sacred City. Ling Xiao could feel that Sacred Lord Divine Sword's cultivation was probably not weaker than Zhao Fengyun's. However, it was a bit too whimsical to think that he would be intimidated by this point. Chapter 43, 96. Saint Lord Divine Sword. Don't forget that the Divine Martial Saint City is now under the jurisdiction of the Battle Alliance. How dare you hurt my men in my territory? So what if I kill you? Ling Xiao said coldly. He didn't give Saint Lord Divine Sword any face. Or Saint Lord Divine Sword doesn't want to watch the battle in the Divine Martial Saint City? If that's the case, then get out here. The pressure unleashed by Saint Lord Divine Sword made all the warriors of the Battle Alliance tremble in fear, and none of them dared to raise their heads. After all, the strongest Saint Lord in the Battle Alliance was only at the perfect Heavenly Core realm. However, Saint Lord Xinjian was an expert at the 8th level of the core fragmentation realm. Just his aura alone was enough to make all the warriors of the Battle Alliance tremble in fear, and none of them dared to resist. Furthermore, there were several powerhouses in the core fragmentation realm and the extreme core realm near Sacred Master Xinjian. Most of the people in the 3,000 saint cities didn't dare to look at them directly, not to mention talking back to them. But what surprised everyone was that not only did Ling Xiao talk back, he even scolded them. Saint Lord Divine Sword furrowed his brows. He couldn't understand. Ling Xiao was just a mid-heavenly core warrior. How could he withstand their aura? What a joke. Ling Xiao has the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. What's the point of their pressure? Ling Xiao knew why Saint Lord Divine Sword had intervened in the Saint City's matter. It wasn't because he wanted to uphold justice, but because of Lu Mingho. Sure enough, Saint Lord Divine Sword said coldly, Ling Xiao, the matter between you and the Saint City of Poison Fire. I don't care. But did you kill my son, Lu Mingho? Ling Xiao was about to say something. Jiangnan spoke first. Saint Lord Divine Sword's son is missing. Of course, this is something to be sad about. But, Saint Lord, you said that he was killed by our great Saint Lord, so you have to show us some evidence. Otherwise, our Battle Soul Sacred City is not a place you can bully easily. Ling Xiao felt a little awkward. He actually wanted to admit it directly, as he wasn't afraid that Saint Lord Divine Sword could do anything to him. But since Jiang Nan had spoken, he couldn't say anything else. He didn't say anything for the time being. Sacred Master Shenjian thought that Ling Xiao was still afraid of him, so he laughed wildly and said, "What's the point of your glib tongue? Could it be that the great sacred master of the Battle Alliance didn't dare to admit that she had killed someone? I know that outside the cultivation area, you personally admitted that you killed my son, Lu Mingho. What? Are you going to change your mind now?" When Jiangnan heard this, he was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, "First, Holy Master, it's my fault. I was too impatient. Doesn't matter." Ling Xiao waved his hand and looked at Sacred Master, Divine Sword. "That's right. I killed Lu Mingho. So what? He tried to kill me in the cultivation area. So I killed him. What's wrong with that? So what if I killed him?" Such a domineering response stunned Sacred Master, Divine Sword. When he thought about what had happened between Ling Xiao and Scarlet Sun, Holy City, and Commandment, Holy City, the corner of his mouth twitched. According to the rules of Commandment, Holy City, killing someone in the cultivation area is also considered a felony. Sacred Master Divine Sword said angrily, "Ling Xiao, do you want to escape punishment?" "Ha ha ha ha." Ling Xiao suddenly laughed wildly. "Commandment Holy City? That's the city that protected Qi Xiao. The Commandment Holy City that ruined their reputation? What right do they have to make rules now? Divine Martial Sacred City belongs to the Battle Alliance. My new rule is that if you encounter an attack, it doesn't matter even if you kill the other party. This is called legitimate self-defense." Sacred Master Divine Sword suddenly understood why Ling Xiao had to ruin Commandment Holy City. It turned out that he had been waiting for this. The strongest Holy City was the one that could make rules. This kid was too cunning. "All right, enough nonsense. General Zhao, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, chase them away. Divine Sword Sacred City is disrespectful to the Battle Alliance. They are not qualified to enter Divine Martial Sacred City to watch the battle." Ling Xiao sneered. The feeling of having power was really good. "Understood." The three of them flew up into the sky. Ancestor Scarlet Flame shouted, "Get lost, Sacred Master Divine Sword. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously." "Good, good. This is really good. Ling Xiao, you better remember this. Today, with these three protecting you, I can't do anything to you. But in the first stage, do you think you can survive? You've offended too many people. Just wait to be killed." Sacred Master Divine Sword said angrily. "Get lost." Ancestor Scarlet Flame was about to turn hostile. Sacred Master Divine Sword turned around and left in a sorry state. He had lost face this time. Although he was really unhappy, he believed that they would have plenty of chances to kill Ling Xiao in the Golden Battle. Ling Xiao was just a mid-heavenly core warrior, after all. Mighty, mighty First Saint Lord. Long live the First Saint Lord. Looking at the group of people from Divine Sword Sacred City, leaving with their tails between their legs, the warriors of the Battle Alliance shouted out excitedly. So domineering, so awesome. He even dared to offend the Divine Sword Sacred City, ranked 8th among the top 10 saint cities. It was the right decision for them to join the Battle Alliance. As for those warriors who didn't belong to the Battle Alliance, they were all shocked. Was the top 3,000 saint cities going to change? Back in the day, when the Battle Soul Sacred City was at its peak, its ranking was only around 1,000. But now, because of Ling Xiao, the Battle Soul Sacred City didn't even put the top 10 saint cities in their eyes. This was truly valiant. Many sacred cities were privately discussing whether or not they should choose to join the Battle Alliance. Some saint cities chose to join the Battle Alliance immediately. More saint cities decided to wait until the Golden Battle was over. After all, they would only know how strong Ling Xiao was after the next battle. The next day, Those who were supposed to come had already arrived. The curtains of the Golden Battle had officially begun. The divine martial sacred city's battle zone had been transformed into a huge grandstand. In the middle of the grandstand, there was a huge round crystal. Through this, one could see every corner of the small world. It was much better than watching a live broadcast, because you could see who you wanted to see unless someone deliberately hid their aura. Ling Xiao sat there and could feel many hateful gazes directed at him. Needless to say, this included Qi Xiao and Black Fang. His hatred for these two was the deepest, but these two were opponents whose names he knew. There were more warriors whose names he didn't know at all. Scarlet Sun's Sacred City had more than 1,000 participants. Sin's Sacred City had more than 1,000 participants. Divine Sword Sacred City had more than 1,000 participants. Discipline Sacred City had more than 1,000 participants. Among them were 20 young discipline knights. These people couldn't wait to kill Ling Xiao in the first stage of the small world. Although the first stage usually didn't kill anyone, because all the warriors were wearing a detachment device. When their lives were in danger, they could detach in advance. But when to detach was something to pay attention to. If their reaction was too slow, they would be killed. Regarding this matter, Ling Xiao had reminded Lion Xiaobao and Yi Lingyan not to be stubborn. If they really couldn't do it, they could choose to detach. Saving their lives was more important. Chapter 4397. Before the start of the competition, the first thing to do was to introduce the judges. Ling Xiao knew who the Beast Tamer General was. He was also the one he feared the most. After all, a divine body realm powerhouse was not someone he could deal with at his current level. It was impossible to win without using the Great Demon King. As for the others, he did not care too much. However, 4 of them had piqued his interest. When the host, the First Law Lord, introduced the 4 people, the crowd cheered. At first, Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. Then, Jiang Nen introduced them to him. It turned out that the 4 of them were disciples who had entered the Golden City 10 years ago. They had long become the pride and symbol of the 3,000 holy cities. Countless young martial artists, including the 10 Holy Sun, had set them as their goal. No wonder. The 4 of them would naturally cause a commotion. It was equivalent to returning home in glory. Ling Xiao looked at the 4 of them and realized that all 4 of them had arrogant expressions on their faces. However, it was understandable. After all, they had cultivated in the Golden City for 10 years. It was normal for them to be arrogant when they saw the bumpkins from the 3,000 holy cities. Most importantly, the 4 of them were not old. They were probably around 110 years old. They were definitely considered young in the 4 major regions. It was natural for them to become idols. Moreover, the cheers were probably to attract the attention of the 4 of them. If they were chosen, they might be able to climb up the social ladder and enter the Golden City to cultivate without having to go through the ranking battle. Of course, in Ling Xiao's eyes, the 4 of them were nothing. They had cultivated to their current level after more than 100 years. Ling Xiao still had 3 months before he turned 19 years old. However, his cultivation was almost catching up to the 4 of them. Jiang Nan, which holy city did the 4 of them belong to? Ling Xiao asked curiously. He reckoned that they might have to cultivate together in the future. He wanted to find out the truth first. Speaking of which, it's a little troublesome. 10 years ago, Qi Yuan had dominated the first place of the 10 Holy Sons for 10 years. Martial artist from Qiyang, Holy City. I think he's Qi Zhao's brother. Qi Hai was ranked 4th 10 years ago. He was Qi Zhao's cousin. The ape demon was ranked 2nd 10 years ago. He was a martial artist from the Holy City of Sin and seemed to be Black Fang's senior brother. Tian Haitang was ranked third 10 years ago. She was a warrior from Tianhai Sacred City. It can be said that apart from Tian Haitang, the other three probably have a grudge against you. Jiang Nen smiled bitterly. No wonder Scarlet Sun Sacred City is so arrogant. Their strength really can't be underestimated. Interesting. However, I do hope that they don't come looking for trouble with me. Otherwise, I might accidentally kill someone. Sigh, how troublesome. Ling Xiao shrugged, without the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he cracked a joke. If it was in the past, Jiang Nen would have thought that Ling Xiao had underestimated his opponent. But now, she was used to Ling Xiao's character. Ling Xiao appeared to be arrogant and condescending, but in reality, he would make decisions after careful consideration. That's true. The aptitudes of these four people are considered powerful in the 3,000 holy cities. But in the Golden City, it's nothing. They have cultivated bitterly for 10 years, but their cultivation hasn't made much progress. 10 years ago, their cultivation had reached the perfection of the extreme core realm. But now, the four of them are only at the first level of the shattered core realm. And they only broke through recently. They relied on Scarlet Sun Sacred City, Sin Sacred City, and Tianhai Sacred City to find resources to support them at all costs. Ancestor Scarlet Flame opened his mouth and spoke disdainfully about the four people. Although they were all from the Golden City, the difference in strength was still quite obvious. That's not weak. Ling Xiao smiled. Although this kind of cultivation speed was incomparable to his, it was still far from comparable. But in the 3,000 holy cities, they were definitely top geniuses. Among the four people, the strongest was obviously Qi Yuan. Although Ling Xiao hated Scarlet Sun Sacred City, he had to admit that Qi Yuan was very powerful. The one ranked second was not the ape demon, but Tian Haitang. 10 years had passed. Tian Haitang had surpassed the ape demon. Qi Hai was still ranked fourth. Sometimes people still had to rely on opportunities and hard work. Qi Yuan and Tian Haitang were considered the two more diligent people, although they had just broken through. But precipitation was different. So after breaking through, there was a big difference in strength. Okay, you can start. The beast-controlling general spoke at this moment. He didn't seem to like wasting time on this kind of thing. Open the desolate beast space. After the beast-controlling general gave the order, Qi Yuan stood up. He was the strongest member of the referee team, brought by the beast-controlling general this time. Naturally, he took on the responsibility of being the deputy. The so-called desolate beast space was a small world in the battle zone. There were many beasts inside, which was somewhat similar to the bloodthirsty battlefield that Ling Xiao had encountered before. Everyone, there are many dangers in this desolate beast space, but there are also many opportunities. How can you survive and get your own opportunities? This doesn't just depend on strength. It also depends on how smart you are. The beast-controlling general said indifferently, I believe you are already very clear about the rules. After entering, eliminate other warriors as soon as possible. There is no time limit for this elimination until there are only 1,000 people left. So, if you want to finish the mission as soon as possible, don't be lazy. Right at this moment, the desolate beast space had been opened. All 100,000 participants had gathered in front of the entrance. There were more than 1,000 entrances. Therefore, even if there were 100,000 participants, they would all be able to enter very quickly. It wouldn't take too much time. A chaotic battle with 100,000 participants. It was not easy to handle. Ling Xiao looked at the warriors from Red Sun Saint City, Sin Saint City, and Divine Sword Saint City. Those people obviously didn't have good intentions towards him. Listen up. After entering, find a safe place to hide. Staying alive is the most important thing. Attack only when you encounter an opponent you can defeat. The only people Ling Xiao was worried about were Lion Xiaobao and Yi Lingyin. Although both of them were heavenly core warriors, they would still face a lot of trouble in a chaotic battle. As for Gao Shen, he didn't have to worry about him. As one of the 10 Holy Sun, he must have participated in this competition more than once. Practice makes perfect. He would definitely know how to pass this stage easily. On the judging panel, Qi Yuan, Qi Hai, and the Ape Devil were all looking at Ling Xiao with evil intentions. Obviously, they already knew what Ling Xiao had done. Ling Xiao had crippled Black Fang. Although Black Fang had been resurrected, they still had to avenge him. Ling Xiao had brought shame to Red Sun Saint City, and he had also killed many warriors from Red Sun Saint City. Qi Yuan and Qi Hai were from Red Sun Saint City, and they wouldn't just stand by and watch. They didn't dare fight Ling Xiao openly, but they could still play some tricks. They were the judges after all. Let's go. Ling Xiao, together with Lion Xiaobao, Yi Lingyan, and Gao Shun, stepped into the desolate beast space. The ranking battle that belonged to them had finally begun. End of chapter.